Okay, it's 6:35 on Tuesday, May 14th. I'd like to call this meeting of the Harwich Planning Board to order. As required by law, we have to notify you that the town may audio or video record this meeting. If anyone in the audience is intending to either audio or video record this meeting, you're required to inform the chair. Anybody have their audio or video? Good. Okay. So we had to give up the big room tonight. So what we're going to do is ask all of you for your courtesy and so forth. We've got a couple of hearings. I think that we've got a number of people that are going to speak. A couple of things. First of all, let's be polite. I say this before every meeting, but I want everybody to treat one another with respect. If you don't act respectful, I'm going to ask you to respectfully leave.
You're going to want to announce this before each hearing because we have a bunch of people in the hall.
So we've got some people on the outside that will be coming in, and then some of you that are here already. We would ask you kindly to leave after your issue's been taken care of, if that's okay. All right? So what we've got, of course, is we're beginning with the public hearing with a continuance. This is PB 2019-03 Harwich Retail LLC as applicant.
You don't need to read the whole thing as it's been read many times.
Okay. As a continuance, and as Charlene has indicated, we're not going to read this. However, Charlene, I do have a letter here that I should read into the record.
You may want to wait until you open it up for public comment and read it right before public comment so that the applicant can...
That works. Yeah, sure.
Just my suggestion.
That works. So anyway, we also have a continuance. Next item is a continuance, and then we have Deerfield Nominee Trust, and then Taylor Powell. So we'll begin with Harwich Retail LLC, and Matthew and Bombassi and Bruce McGregor. So, what was yours?
Good evening. For the record, Matthew Bombassi with Bowler Engineering. I'm here with Chad Brubaker with the applicant Harwich Retail LLC. We were here previously on February 26th, and then it was continued to April 23rd. We heard some testimony from us and Lieutenant Considine with the police department. That hearing got cut a little short, so we continued to tonight. If it's okay with the board, I guess I would kind of just give a real quick overview of kind of where we are from the first hearing, and then if you want more information, be happy to do it, but do not want to torture you with too much.
Yep.
The amplification in here is non-existent. The speakers are only for the audio-visual, okay. So you do need to speak up. Sorry, Mr. Chairman.
No worries. Go ahead.
The project's at 52 Route 28 in Harwich. It's right at the corner of Depot Road and Route 28. It's for a 7,500 square foot retail store. We first presented it on February 26th. As a result of that hearing, we had some comments from the board and from staff and also from some of the town departments. Those comments were relative to the ingress, and we made a revision to the driveway entry to provide some landscaping at the front so to remove any potential conflicts of cars backing out of those spaces. We also had comments from DPW regarding a moratorium on cuts on Depot Road West, so we revised the utility connection so that we weren't stock cutting into the roadway. We have heard from DOT relative to our Route 28 curb cut. They've approved the driveway and they're drafting up the permit currently. We've had a Title V inspection for the existing soil absorption area prepared and it was approved. We'll be replacing the septic tank and pump chamber, but that system will be reused and permitted through the Board of Health as part of their approval. The drainage system has been designed to collect and hold up to the 100-year design storm and infiltrate all of that runoff. That's been reviewed by the town engineer. They had one comment about not wanting us to provide any emergency overflow to the municipal system, which we've revised and they've approved. Last hearing we heard from Lieutenant Considine regarding site distance. Yep. We provided him some additional trip generation info, which he kind of reviewed and okayed, and also had some comments on the site distance for the Depot Road West driveway. That driveway meets typical standards, but through our coordination with him, we agreed to provide to remove 2 arborvitae trees that are within the right-of-way in front of the abutter's property, which we'll do, and that satisfied him. And I don't have the plans up just because of the lack of room, but we did submit an architectural plan, provides gable roofs, window features, hardywood siding, kind of a more typical New England architecture, and can run through that if you'd like. We're here for site plan review, a special permit for a use that's 20 or more parking spaces, and we've also requested a waiver from what would be typically required as 40 spaces as 30 spaces. We provided some additional data to support that. Generally, we think 30 spaces is all we need. We can provide 40 on site if necessary, but in the sake of just maintaining open space and reducing impervious area on site, we requested the waiver down to 30 spaces.
Okay.
Cool.
Charlene, any comments?
Of course, I just put a cough drop in. Oh, yes, I do. As Matt expressed, they'd have asked for a waiver from the parking
Yeah.
requirement to go from 30 spaces down to,
40 to
excuse
30.
me, from 40 to 30.
Yep.
I'll try to speak up. If you can't hear me, please just wave your hand and I'll try to. I'm usually pretty loud, so nobody usually complains. The latest revised plans, April 18, 2019, have been changed to address comments from Mass DOT, resulting in changes including modification of the driveway radii, minor shift of driveway location westerly, and shift in the proposed landscape island at the front of the building to match the relocated driveway location, and minor grading modifications to accommodate the above changes. The existing lot line between the 2 parcels will need to be expunged. The following condition is recommended prior to the issuance of a building permit. An approval not required plan shall be filed with the planning board showing the merging of 48 and 52 Route 28, shown on Harwich Assessor's Map 10 as parcels D4-1 and D4-2. The plan has been designed to pull the development away from the road right-of-way to the north of the site. That's that little small cul-de-sac road. The rear portion of 48 and 52 Route 28 are located within the RM zone, but only ever so slightly, and there is going to be no disturbance within those areas. Proposed landscaping for the site is adequate. Generic signage has been shown. Signage will need to comply with the sign code requirements within the zoning bylaw, and proper sign permits will be required from the building department. This should be included in the conditions. The requested waiver for parking at this time, in my opinion, does appear appropriate and adequate. The applicant has provided a plan, item H, in the list on the staff report, showing the availability of an additional 10 spaces should they be necessary. Of course, this does assume that the structure at 52 Route 28 will be demolished. A reminder to everyone that this is currently on a demolition delay imposed by the Historic District Historic Commission. The access onto Depot Road will have to comply with Harwich DPW requirements. There still has been no discussion about hours of operation. That would include deliveries, trash removal, etc. The board may wish to condition the hours. If the existing structure is to remain and used for any allowable use, whether by right of special permit, a revised site plan would be required, and the applicant would be required to return to the planning board to modify the site plan and special permit for use if applicable.
Okay.
I do recommend that standard conditions be imposed. The newest revised plan, sheet 4 of 13, now shows an outdoor display area. This area is outside the setback requirements and would not impede pedestrian traffic along the front walkway. However, per the zoning code use table, outdoor display of retail sales does require a use special permit. It is recommended that this be made a condition as well. In other words, if they do want to have outdoor display, they will need to come back to this board for a use special permit.
Okay.
And that concludes my comments at this time.
Thank you, Cheryl. Are there any comments by any member of the planning board? Joe?
I have a question. Best way I can describe it, where you're tearing down the house, the old church thing there.
Yep.
Why couldn't you put 10 spots in there? 10 parking spot?
You could, and that's what our alternative concept showed that we submitted. We just would rather leave that as green space because we don't believe we need the additional 10, but certainly that area is available for parking in the future if we would ever to need it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my comment number 6,
Yep.
Mr. McParland, in my staff report.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir?
a question, please.
Sure.
Does the additional space for outside display count towards total space in retail and thus affect the number of parking spaces needed?
Generally, outdoor storage display does not trigger a need for additional parking. It's usually things that come in at night and go out, you know, whether it's, I'm trying to think of something. If there's an ice machine there. I don't know if they're proposing an ice machine, I have no idea, but that's an example. Of course, that doesn't come in at night. If they're doing the containers for propane, you know, so that's, and those cannot be inside, the propane cannot be inside,
Inside.
so,
Stored outside.
you know, it's that kind of thing.
So bottom line, it
generally,
doesn't
no.
affect,
It generally
okay.
does not affect
Okay.
when there is outdoor display. If it was
Okay.
just outdoor display, like a nursery, that's a horse of a different color.
Different.
Yep. Okay, great.
Thank you, Charlene. Are you going to address the hours, deliveries and so on and so forth?
Yeah, sure. Typical hours of operation are 8 a.m. to 10 p.m. Lights usually stay on a half hour after closing, so typically around 10:30. Signage lighting would be turned off as well. For the lighting, we've designed it all as full cutoff behind the pole,
How much longer after?
a half hour after closing. Deliveries, they'll have, depending on the tenant, they'll have typically maybe a Coke truck come every once a week or different types of those deliveries, and they'll have one large delivery of the WB67 a week, and that typically comes during non-peak hours, but not during, but during operating hours, correct? Yep.
Do we have requirements in town for deliveries, like the earliest that they can start?
Actually, no, we don't. But we have heard some grumblings in other areas of town where there are deliveries being made, you know,
5 a.m.
very early.
Early, yeah.
Very early, you know, 5 o'clock in the morning
Yeah.
or something like that, and neighbors have complained about that. Generally, and we also, we know what it's like in the summertime with trash, you know, having the trash come, you know, generally,
Early.
especially in the summer hours, you know, summertime, that is usually done when the sun comes up.
Mhm.
So, and the beep beep drives people crazy, but
Yeah,
I'm not sure how to work around that when they're trying to stay off the roads when
sure.
Yep.
there's a lot of traffic.
Okay.
Thank you,
Any-
Mr. Chairman.
Oh, no problem, Mr. Chow. Chill, Mr. McFarland.
Just a further question. The last time you were here, you did not have a tenant.
Correct.
Is that still your status?
Yep, the applicant, Harwich Retail LLC, will be the ultimate owner of the building, and then they'll tenant it out, and then that tenant could change, but always anticipated to be a retail store.
So you folks are building it with the intention of leasing it?
They'll own it and lease it, correct?
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else? Any other questions by anyone? Bill? Yep, Mr. Stoltz?
The hours of delivery be under the college code, the working time, 7 and 7?
No, what you're referring to, really, there's no, there may be a general bylaw, but that's more for, you know, exterior noise, landscaping, carpentry, I do believe. I don't think deliveries or garbage trucks fall under that.
There is.
But we can set that as a condition if we so choose to approve.
Yep.
Yep. So,
And just a reminder to the applicant as well as the board, everybody but Mr. Stoltz is eligible to
vote.
vote on this.
yeah,
In order to pass, it does need a unanimous vote of the 5 members who are eligible to vote.
and what happens if it's not unanimous?
If it's not unanimous, it
Fail.
would be, the motion would not carry in this case, and they would have the option to appeal it through the courts.
Okay, all right. Mr. Harris, good to have you back.
And he has a sore throat, so bear with him.
Will the signage, when this is leased, will the signage have to come before this board?
No.
We have submitted kind of a template for signage, what we're anticipating to be a monument sign on the front and what we would call raceway letters, basically just lit letters, not a whole squared sign on the front of the building. And it would have to meet the zoning requirements for sizes, the sign. And I think the sign permit is permitted through code enforcement as well.
It goes to the building commissioner, the town planner reviews it for consistency with the sign code. And if, you know, a previously approved plan was shown on the site plan, there would need to be consistency there where it's only a generic sign at this point.
48 square feet.
It has to meet the 48 square feet per entrance, and there is only one entrance, so they will only be allowed the street sign and then wall signage, and that would fall into the code.
But there are two entrances, huh? One off the side street?
Physical entrance to the building.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me, are we allowed to speak?
Not yet.
Sorry.
Any other questions or comments from the board?
I just have a question
Mary,
from you
yep.
to Charlene. Charlene, what's our purview as far as hours of operation? Do we have the right to limit them, restrict them more than what the applicant has asked?
I believe that you do. If they're not happy with that restriction, then they can appeal that restriction. But I would advise you to have that conversation before you close the hearing.
Okay. Anything else? Good, good. So listen, before we begin the public portion of the public hearing portion of this, a couple of things. Room's tight. I want everybody, Charlene, where will they come to speak? Just speak where they are?
If you can come towards the table, just as long as we can pick it up on the microphone. We can't really jockey around this room to make it
They could sit in the chair.
usable.
So, I'm, in order to keep things moving along, I'm going to give everybody who would like to speak 3 minutes. And at the end of the 3 minutes, I'm going to tell you to stop. I'm not going to ask. And that's to keep everything moving and make sure that everybody has a chance to speak. And we've done a really good job of that so far. But before we begin, I'm going to read this into the record under PB 2019-03 Harwich Retail. And this is entitled Harwich Dollar Store Proposal, and it's from Ms. Williams, Sarah Williams. So to the members of the Planning Board, I'm Sarah Williams, the owner of 6 Chase Street in West Harwich. Both my late brother Brooke and my late father Derek led the Harwich Civic Association, a former organization which worked to promote sensible outcomes for the town of Harwich. I currently live in Washington, D.C., but lived part of the time at the family home in West Harwich. I lived in the West Harwich house for 2 years from 1983 to 1985, so I think I understand the character of the community. I'm quite certain both my father and brother would be appalled by the plan to destroy the historic Captain Baker House on Route 28 in West Harwich and build a Dollar General store. Personally, excuse me, I'm outraged. One of the primary reasons visitors come to Cape Cod annually is to enjoy the historic and unique towns and villages, as well as the beaches and ocean views. I'm quite sure no one wants to travel to Harwich for the sole purpose of shopping at a dollar store, or a Dollar General. As others have noted, there is another dollar store in nearby Dennisport. That store could meet the needs of those consumers who want to shop at a dollar store. Living in Washington, D.C., I sometimes drive by strip malls in Northern Virginia. They are hideous, as are their counterparts in Newark, New Jersey, and parts of Florida. They look like anywhere USA and distinctly not like Cape Cod. The site of the Captain Baker House is near a historic cemetery and old church, as well as a former one-room schoolhouse. It pains me that some people in the town don't seem to appreciate the history and tradition that exist in West Harwich. I'm a supporter of the Captain's Row initiative, and I think it's imperative that the town work to preserve the area's unique character. I understand that other towns in Massachusetts defeated attempts to build Dollar Generals in their communities. I would hope Harwich can also decline this proposal. Frankly, is Harwich more desperate than Eastham or Deerfield? If it amounts to a zoning issue, then a revision of the zoning regulations is needed. I thank the planning board for their work, for the community of Harwich, and for weighing my opinions. Sarah Williams. Okay, thank you, Ms. Williams. So,
Make that a part of the record, Mr. Chairman?
yes, sir.
Yeah, there's already a copy in the folder.
So, I won't.
I already got
You
one.
got one? Okay, so, would anyone like to speak?
And please say your name clearly,
name
because I'm
and
the one
your-
who has to spell it.
Yeah, where you live and...
Good evening, Sally Urbano, I live in West Harwich. I have a question first. What I've done is consolidated a list of concerns that the neighbors would like to present to you.
Yes.
And my friend could you lend me her 3 minutes so I could get all our concerns in a consolidated space?
That's okay.
Do you have it in writing?
I've been writing also. I'll pass it out.
Okay, well, if you want to do that so people can follow along and
Sure.
I can put it in the case file, that'd
Yep.
be great, Sally.
Great, thank you.
Go ahead, Sally.
Appreciate it, okay. Greetings. Up to this point, put my glasses on. Up to this point, you have heard residents of Harwich express our collective concerns. We get it. We're the mouse that's roaring against two large developers, Mr. McGregor and Mr. Laswati, and we pray you help us. My attorney, William Kroll, was recently defending a church in town and used the words, "We were here first," which can aptly be applied here. The state is already set, and I wonder if the barn design that was created for the Deerfield Dollar General might be considered here if we have to allow this in. Most of the existing businesses along Captain's Row are within a historic home or in a barn in the back of the property. This is a neighborhood, we live here. Some considerations will be important to protect us, and so to our planning board, we ask the following. A traffic study by the developers with a firm of the town's choosing, using the I put in a G by mistake, using the ITE manual citing 52 store visits during peak hours is concerning. The proposed and denied ECM plan for Dollar General was referred to the Cape Cod Commission, who found that the ITE 52 visits in peak hour did not take into account the summer traffic of a small New England village, and that the numbers were substantially off. Just down the street at 97 Route 28, Habitat for Humanity had to commission a traffic study for 6 homes to be built. Their conclusion was 51 visits during peak hour, the same as for this retail store. Our personal experience is that summer traffic backs up to about the West Harwich Baptist Church from the traffic light in Dennisport. Our observation also is that in very short proximity, the Dollar Tree store hosts a full parking lot. Route 28 Captain's Row is an old-fashioned main street. We asked for the project developers to soften the harsh intrusion of the current building design with shade-type trees planted as close to the street as possible. The street signage is a problem and may not be allowed as to the one I've seen that they proposed. Street level signs along the Captain's Row corridor are almost all created from wood. The church, the library, the businesses, and lawyer offices, all wood. Lighting pollution disturbs the peace. What type of lighting and during what hours is it allowed? The project is in close proximity to neighbors, some of whom live within 10 feet of the store. The proposal calls the neighbors to the west a motel, when in fact it is affordable housing. What are the hours for the store to be open? What hours are allowed for the trucks to deliver and offload? This deserves neighbor-friendly considerations. The entrance and exit off Depot should not be 3 lanes. A one-way configuration would be better to avoid a 3-lane exit akin to a large and urban area. And I think our police chief suggested a one-way configuration for safety. There was a well-documented toxic plume in the area. Several years ago, a funding project for the West Harwich Schoolhouse was primarily turned down because of concerns over the plume. The current reach of the plume has not been documented for many years. Once again, Habitat for Humanity had to bore test holes for their project. We need the same environmental assessment for this project that speaks to the welfare of the citizen. The West Harwich Baptist Church is a functioning church, and operating time considerations should be given to its neighbor in the same way they are for other churches in the town. That's not to leave out the Baptist. Finally, this project absolutely will change Harwich forever. Make no mistake, it will be an encroachment of Route 28 Yarmouth development pattern. Captain's Row has been working for 5 years considering ways to maintain the character, our culture, our history, uplift the neighborhood through preservation of the built environment, and that would support economic development. We hope you feel as we do that it might be your duty and your destiny to refer this to the Cape Cod Commission. This area is part of the Herring River watershed in which underground streams, the plume and septic systems are pulled into the environmentally impacted river. Herring River and Captain's Row have been previously documented and inventoried with the conclusion that the town needs to designate this area as a district of critical planning concern. We feel that in this case the entire area should be considered in the assessment of this proposed project, not just the project individually. This does not preclude the development of the project, but it gives the town time to guide the entire area. We appreciate the time you've given us to express these concerns. I realize there might be people in town who are investing in this project. It's not an easy task, balancing the needs of neighbors, the wants of business, and the desires of investors, but we hope for the best possible outcome, starting with a referral to the Cape Cod Commission. Respectfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate you speaking up, Mr. Bynum. Thank you.
Do you want me to speak?
Yes.
The planning board, actually any board or, board of selectmen, town planner, the building commissioner, can refer a project to the Cape Cod Commission under a limited discretionary referral. This does not trigger a mandatory referral to them, but the board, if it wanted to, could refer this. You need to be specific as to what you're referring it for. Whether it's, building design, which would fall under historic, traffic, environmental, so there's a number of different categories in which the board can refer this if they wish. The commission would then decide whether or not it warranted their review, and there's a couple different kinds of review that can be done at their level. So that is something that is available to the board if the board feels it is necessary.
Thank you, Charlene. Are there any more comments from the audience? Anyone? Sir?
I'm Bernie Megas, and I live on Mansion Street, and I live in a house called Captain Samuel C. Smith House.
Yes.
It was built 7 years before George Washington was president, so it's old. So, some questions. We discussed lighting.
Yeah.
Those lights, it's a neighborhood. We have to make sure that the lights are not going to disturb the neighborhood if they're on. Another major concern is the trucks coming and going at 10, 10:30, 11 o'clock at night in the neighborhood. This is a neighborhood. This is not a strip mall. The garbage trucks, they coming at all different hours. It's just going to just totally disrupt the neighborhood. Even where I am on Mansion Street and Smith Street, the last 2 or 3 years, because of the computer programs Waze and Google Maps,
Yes.
we've noticed an increase in traffic coming through our neighborhoods already, because it not only stops from the lights in Dennisport to Depot. I've seen it almost up to the bridge on a busy Saturday and Sunday afternoon. And we're gonna put something like this. There's a lot of traffic coming in and out of this type of business. They don't go in and shop like they do at the Cape Cod Mall and spend a few hours. They're in and out of there in 15 minutes. You're gonna have cars coming and going continuously. I think that's about it, but traffic safety is a major issue for our neighborhoods down there. I've asked the police department for a report of any accidents, how many accidents over the past 5 years. They have not got back to me between Dennisport and up to the bridge, up to the Herring River. That's all, but this is our neighborhood, please, don't distort that.
Thank you very much for speaking up and for respecting the time. Thank you very much. Yeah. And next, I'm sure this gentleman.
Oh,
Yep.
My name is Ralph Diamond. I live at 103 Route 28.
Diamond or diamond?
Diamond.
Diamond.
I just have one correction from Sally's remarks.
Yep.
In her remarks, she said that the traffic in the summertime backs up to the Baptist church.
Yeah.
In fact, I live about a quarter of a mile east of the Baptist church, and I can tell you that the traffic backs up to my house quite often during the summer months. I think traffic is a serious consideration.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also wondering, and this is more a question, has any attention been given to architectural integrity and the overall aesthetics of this project? I didn't hear anything about the building itself, other than the fact that it was mentioned that there was a barn design that was used in Deerfield.
It is.
So
It is a barn design.
So I haven't heard any of that. nor have I even heard the applicants mention that the Dollar General was in play as tenants. And if they don't yet have tenants, you know, I can understand you saying we don't have tenants, but if they have somebody they're seriously considering, I think it would be nice if they put the cards on the table.
Well, thank you very much for speaking up. You know, this is the fourth time we've had this, and some of these things have been reviewed, and it's all, it's a part of the plans that we've had, and I don't have a picture of that to show you with me, but it is a barn-type design. It was used in Deerfield. This project, for our purposes, has always been referred to as the Harwich retail. The dollar store kind of became the I guess a pseudonym of some sort, but it became the name, right? So, and you know, by law, they really don't have to disclose. They just have to ask permission to build, and that's where we are.
I understand that they don't have to.
Yeah.
And if I might, under zoning, you can't regulate aesthetics. It's been brought up at previous meetings that Chatham is able to do that. They have something called a Historic Business District Commission. So anything that falls in a commercial zone has to be reviewed by what they call the HBDC. So that's the mechanism that Chatham uses for review of buildings. The planning boards do not have a mechanism under Massachusetts general law to review aesthetics. It's not permitted. There are some communities that have tried to do it. I've worked in 4 different towns on the Cape, and I've had boards that were adamant, we want to put these in there, and the Attorney General says you can't do that, you cannot zone aesthetics. So it's very particular, unfortunately, that boards cannot review that.
Can you be kind enough, once you get a chance to look at it, to pass it around so people can see it?
I have a board of it too, if you want us to put it up, just so people can see.
That would be helpful, I think.
Are you finished, sir? You're finished?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond quickly. I kind of understood that it was not within your purview to rule on the aesthetics, but I just wanted to encourage.
It's a great question.
I just wanted to encourage the applicant to consider the nature of the neighborhood.
I think that's what this is for.
And I would point out, we did meet with Charlene very at the beginning.
Doesn't mean I like this design
I'm
of
not
building.
saying we met with Charlene, and we tried to go as far as we could from like a typical strip mall type development with peaked roofs, windows, gabled roof features, hardy board siding, something that's not your typical ugly block building. While beauty is in the eye of the beholder, we did put a bit of effort into designing something we thought would be compatible to the area.
Sir?
Could you comment on the Dollar General? What's that all about?
Sure. We're permitting it for our applicant, who will be the owner of it. They have a few different tenants that they work with. I think that might be one of them. But again, they will own the building. A different tenant could come in at any point, or it'll be up to them to.
You're not representing the Dollar General as your tenant?
We are not. I did mention at a very first hearing that they are a client of ours. We've done other work for them, so it is.
Yeah.
And I know.
They're a potential, is what.
So that's the mystery behind the Dollar General name.
What's that?
The origin of the mystery behind the Dollar General name. So, I'm sorry. Would someone else like to speak, please? Sir?
Robert Alvis, West Harwich. Thank you for letting me speak.
Yep.
I really just want to underscore the traffic concerns that people in the neighborhood have. When I bought my house in the 90s, you could go out on Smith Street, lie down and take a nap, and fine. There's no traffic.
Yeah.
But as Bernie said, in the last few years since GPS has come along, people use North Road, Smith Street, and then Depot or Bell's Neck and Mansion to either cut off part of 28 or get up into South Dennis. And they go bombing down Smith Street. Smith Street's only about 18 feet wide. No sidewalks. Children on the street, not a lot of children. But because it's near the Bell's Neck Conservation Area, there are often people walking there to get to the conservation, walking with their dogs. There's a lot of foot traffic there. There's often landscape trucks there. So this is a street where if you have two large vehicles, they can barely pass each other. And if we increase that traffic, I think it's going to be safe.
Yeah.
I also worry about increased traffic on Bells Neck Road going up to Harwich Center. That's a sensitive area through the conservation. There never used to be anybody on that road. Now there are several cars every few minutes.
Yeah.
I just worry that that further degrade that area.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Anyone, please? Name and,
My name is Elizabeth Williams. I have a little tiny business directly across the street from this at 45 Route 28. And the traffic is stopped from Friday afternoon all summer long. It is stopped. People crawl by my office. I can be on first name basis with anybody in these cars. They are crawling by.
yeah,
Also, this design is exactly the same design you can see at the Dollar General store in Yarmouth. And last week, we were in Hilton Head, and I saw the exact same store on the streets in Hilton Head with the Dollar General store. So this is not a design specifically for our lovely little town. It's just what they're trying to pawn off on us as some kind of historical thing. It's not. Thank you.
thank you very much. Yes, ma'am, please.
My name is Betty Murphy, and I live on the corner of North and 28. I see traffic comes all the way to North Road and past and to the bridge. But that's 10 weeks. The rest of the year, there isn't. It just makes me suspicious. Why does Dollar General want to be in this place that we have had lots of failures of business in the neighborhood? And it's not necessarily a year-round business. Yes, there's lots of traffic, and yes, they think that's where the suspicion comes. I was also, to add to your point, in Maine this winter, in ski country, and many places that people didn't want them, there is that very building right along the ski country kinds of mountain roads. I think this is just generic. It's not particularly attractive. Anyway, and it makes me wonder what makes them think they can have a viable business when we have about 5 failed businesses along the same stretch.
Okay.
And living on North Road, on the river, we had had lots of restrictions for what we could do with our land, et cetera. We paid attention, we paid our taxes. This seems like something that nobody wants, and it doesn't seem viable.
Okay. Thank you for speaking up. We appreciate you. Next, anyone? Sir?
How are you? Bill Quake, I live on Main Street here.
Yep.
Can you spell your last name for me?
KWAAK. Is this the only avenue that has been addressed with the Dollar General or to tear that land and that house down? Has anybody tried another attack plan? Perhaps taking the vacant house and restoring it, turning that into a maybe coffee shop newsstand with some maybe nice condominiums behind in a great revival style that'll bring people here instead of just tearing it down? Has anything been addressed that way?
Go for it, Mary.
Yeah.
So what I can tell you is the applicant did come before the Historic Commission because of the old parsonage that is a home that is over 100 years of age. What the Historic Commission did what it could do, which was impose a 12-month dental delay. That's what we were allowed to do. That's what we did. We did it with the hopes that the applicants would speak to the neighbors and work with them, but that was the extent of what the Historic Commission was allowed to do with respect to the request to demolish the building. So we imposed the 12-month dental delay. That's still in effect. I believe it expires in September. And that was step one.
Step one. And they said we can condemn it, it's not worth restoring.
Correct.
Or is it because no one came forward to help restore the structure?
They went through their public hearing, there was,
But was anybody asked, was it put
There was-
out
we had
that this building can be saved?
we
I
had
mean,
a.
I'm in the business, so
I
I've restored a lot of buildings that were ready to blow over.
I understand that,
And
but I understand that, and so, not trying to get into an argument with you.
No, I'm not, no, I'm
But
not.
what I'm telling you is that there was documentation presented to the Historic Commission. There was a full public hearing, I'm not sure if it went on multiple nights, because I don't recall off the top of my head. And that is the extent of what the Historic Commission is allowed to do, is impose a 12-month demo delay. So that, and the hope is that people can work with the applicant over that 12 months, but that is the extent of what the Historic Commission is allowed to do, so that's what we did. All right.
Okay. Anything else?
No?
That's about it.
She got a lady down there, a lady down back.
I see her.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Excuse me, she just mentioned that,
Your name, please?
Your name?
I'm sorry, Nancy Pollard on North Road. You mentioned that it was supposed to be put out to the neighbors and people.
What I said is we hoped that they would work with the neighbors.
Well, guess what?
We imposed a 12-month demo delay, and that's all we could do.
Right. So they made a statement that they would do this.
I did not say that, ma'am.
Well, I'm asking you.
And I'm telling you, I did not, what I said was, we imposed the 12-month demo delay, and when we closed the hearing, I made the statement that I hoped they'd work with the neighbors.
We had no.
It's not a condition. We imposed the 12-month demo delay, and that's all we could do.
And nobody was, am I correct? Has anybody been contacted?
No, it worked out.
Got it. That's enough, thank you.
Anything else? You good?
One comment, Ernest Crabtree, I live on Great Western Road.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear your name.
Ernest Crabtree, live on Great Western Road. The gentleman mentioned he has a number of different clients within Alabama. I'd be very interested in knowing what they were. Number one, see if they're similar to a Dollar General type of retail store. But similarly, there was an interesting article on the Old Timers website today, which I don't know if the board read.
No?
I encourage you to do that. I mean, it was very, very poignant, I thought, about sort of a background to Dollar General stores and how their target market is the sort of the lower income areas.
Yeah.
You know, the areas that really have a need for this kind of a thing. Because it was interesting, we spent the winter down in Alabama. And in the course of that, a number of, as we traveled through some of the backwater towns in Alabama, inevitably, the only store in town was Dollar General. And we almost got to the point where we were counting Dollar General stores down there. And to the exclusion of any other viable business in those towns. It was sad. I mean, it was very sad. And I don't think that comports with the character of Harwich. I mean, we've got a jewel of an opportunity to develop that area of town as a historical district. And to put a Dollar General store in there now, I think is a travesty. I think it just goes against the whole character of the town, character of that particular area of the town. And I really challenge you to look forward. You know, don't look at what's being presented to you today, but look at what the future could bring to that area. And it's not a Dollar General.
Thank you, Mr. Crabtree. Appreciated. How old is the Captain Baker home? Anyone know? Ms. Pollard, do you know?
I believe it's at least 100 years old.
100. It's older. It's got to be older than that.
Sally would know.
Okay.
No?
Bill
Sir.
was about 1860.
Circa
1860. Okay. So, has anyone ever tried to raise funds for this home or any of its restoration? Have you gotten any inquiry for work on this home?
No. I have not.
Okay.
I always thought it was owned by the church, and
Yeah.
It was the parsonage for the church,
It was
wasn't
a
it?
parsonage, I
I believe
believe.
it never for sale sign, it never anything, just driving by one day and
Yeah.
there's a big red X.
Yeah, and you know what that big red X means, right? And
Just
that's,
an clause coming shortly.
yeah, yeah. So, and if there's a fire, what that means to the fire department
Nobody's in
is
there.
nobody goes,
Burns it
right?
away.
It just- yeah. So, Ms. Pollard,
Just to fill in one piece of information that I do know.
yep,
Growing up here, I'm 75 this month, and growing up here as a small person every summer through this time practically. The Perkins store, does anybody remember the Perkins store? Okay, we grew up with buying Betty and Veronica and Archie comics there as children. Mr. and Mrs. Perkins lived in that house in the 50s.
yeah.
Their son now lives in Harwich Port.
Mhm.
I know his wife and himself. I saw him the other night and he said, I said, you need to come to this meeting. He said, I can't even deal with this. What's going on? He said, at one point, he wanted to buy it just to protect it.
Yep.
And he said, I just can't deal with it.
Yep.
So, I mean, I'm just throwing that little piece of information. That was from the 50s, 40s maybe, through, I don't know, 80s, 50s, 70s, whatever. That's what it was. It was their family home.
Mhm.
And that's just a little piece of information.
Little tidbit.
Yes.
That's good.
I
Ma'am?
can answer your question.
Yes.
So I attended the demolition delay, and after the demolition delay, reached out to the client's attorney, who's William Kroll, and
Yeah.
said, we'd like to meet with you, as that's what the demolition delay does. It gives us time to meet with them and come up with alternative plans, and they would not meet with us.
Mhm.
And the other thing is that the gentleman that mentioned the Alzheimer's and the link on Alzheimer's, I put that link is at what's on the bottom of the handout that I gave you.
Okay.
To read it. And we're assuming Dollar General's going to Mr. Lisciardi is the #1 project developer for Dollar General. So that's
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, please.
Jackie Edston, 826 Route 28, South Harwich. I happened to be sitting in the last meeting that you had on this project, and I looked, so I just restrict my comments to the site plan to see if they can be improved a little bit. And the first thing would be to take the parking away from the front of the building and have some landscaping there, so the area between the drives and the front of the building would be landscaped. I think that would improve things somewhat. And the other concern on that site plan is you have 5 access drives to a relatively, well, not a medium-sized building.
Yeah.
That's more than Shores has. Shores has only, I think, 3. Maybe this is a mass block plan, it has all the hooks and lines. But what it does, when you have 3 access drives onto Route 28, 2 out, 1 in, it means that the pedestrian walking along Route 28 is exposed to traffic perhaps over 50 feet. It means that the pedestrian needs to have eyes in both sides of their head to get across that safely. So I think one of those drives should be removed, one of the out. It's totally unnecessary for a development of this size. And then if there's a problem with the amount of parking, if there's a lot of land where the building needs to be removed, I looked at that design and it has all the appearance of the expectation there will be another building or some other development on that parcel. So you've got space to put that parking that's presently in front of the building. And then my second comment is, I wish we would send it to the Cape Cod Commission because they have more authority than Harwich does. They can deal with the historic preservation issues, they can deal with the architectural issues, which the town unfortunately cannot. It's not their fault, it's the lack of authority in the mass general laws, and they can assist the town in this way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Sir, please.
My name is Lawrence Damon. I live at 32 and 44 Chase Street, so we're down the
Yep.
river, Herring Road. I've been here since 1946. I've seen a lot.
Yes.
And also remember the drugstore I was talking about earlier. My concern is the number of people in that location. I'm talking walking.
Yep.
I'm talking people that, well, you know how favorable it is as in the running race which they run there.
Yep.
And it just tells everybody, come, this is a great area to be. But the Herring River is an attraction in that there are now kayaks that you can use in that area. People park, and also the historic area is Chase and Sanborn. That house has not been finalized. That's the history. And that man gave a huge amount of, to the town. I just wanted to bring up the fact that it's not just cars. It's a lot of people walking and a lot of people enjoying that area. The other thing I'd say is you've got variables very close to this area. You've got the question on the schoolhouse, which I think is extremely interesting. The community has a huge advantage there in being able to restore a building that was unique in its construction and also the furtherance going back to the 1800s. The town has dealt with this in wonderful ways to keep the item open, but it has not been resolved yet. And yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else? Oh, yes.
I don't
Miss-
think I can make
Miss
my way
Chase?
up to the speaker, so I'll try to talk loud enough. Can everyone hear me?
Can you
My
just
name
stand?
is Sarah Chase. Up a little? I'll stand
Can
up.
you stand?
Thank you.
My name is Sarah Chase. I reside at 825 Route 28, and I am one of the Chases from the West Harwich neighborhood. I don't live there now. My father grew up across the road. I still have relatives in the area. And I just wanted to say that I agree with folks that have mentioned the Cape Cod Commission, and I think it would be a wise decision to send it in front of them. And I also think that if this area has to get developed, if it can't be restored, like some people have suggested, I don't know what that would entail, the conference. But I would like to see a mixed use, including residential, because I think we really desperately need more residential in this community. And that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chase.
My name is
Sir.
Danny Horn, from West Harwich as well, and I also just want to urge you, if you can, to refer this to the Cape Cod Commission. This is our neighborhood. I don't think anyone here is saying this is really good, we want this thing. So it's not consistent with the neighborhood, the traffic, if you live here, you know what it's like. And that's really all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone?
I didn't add one more thing, or I know I've.
It's okay. If you have anything else, you can. Okay, go ahead.
I just wanted to.
I'm sorry, give me your name again, only because I can't remember everybody.
Ralph Diamond. I just wanted to follow up on something that was said before about
Yep.
failed businesses.
Yep.
Right across the street from this property is a strip mall that is vacant, has been vacant for years. The only store that's in there is the owner's Oriental Rug Gallery.
Yep.
And, you know, I assure you, it's only there because he owns the property. It's not because he's making a lot of rug sales. And it's a blight on the neighborhood. And I think that what we're looking at here is a blight waiting to happen. Nobody in the community wants this. And I know that your hands are tied in certain respects, but if you have the option to move this up to the Cape Cod Commission for additional review, I really urge you to do that.
Thank you. Ma'am, in the back?
Hi, my name is Marie Casella. I live at 25 Bells Neck Road, and I agree with everything that everyone has said. We can't even get out of our street in the summertime. As the traffic, the integrity of the neighborhood, and then you're talking about working with the neighborhood. We haven't heard anything in terms of working together. We haven't gotten any notices. I live 4 houses away from where this is going to be. And I've not gotten any notices, even at meetings. We showed up to a couple of meetings that were called off. We sat there and waited and it was called off. And I just don't feel like we're being part of this evening at all. And I totally agree that it should be referred to the commission to look into this further. It's just not part of this neighborhood and what we want for our community.
So, I think everybody has had an opportunity. Ma'am?
Georgine Riedel in Harwichport, and I would just like to say that I would hope that the planning board would consider their responsibility to plan and protect the character of all of Harwich. And West Harwich is a big part of it. It's been neglected, and it is the entryway on Route 28 to town. And I think it's really important that you take it up to the planning, to the Cape Cod Commission, if that's what's necessary, just to try to protect the character of Harwich.
Thank you. So, I think we've had a very lively and civilized discussion, and I appreciate everybody speaking out. Okay?
Move to close the public hearing, Mr. Chairman.
One,
No?
hold on.
I think you're premature, just
Okay.
saying.
No, I, go ahead, Cheryl.
Well, if, you know, there's been a lot of discussion here about encouraging the board to refer it.
Yep.
If you close the public hearing, you can't refer it because you've closed the public hearing. It needs to remain open. If that is something that this board would like to do, refer it to the Cape Cod Commission. You don't need to decide this evening. You are still well within your timeline. You opened your public hearing within 65 days.
Yep.
Once the hearing is closed, you have 90 days to render a decision.
Yep.
So
We're well within.
you're well within
Yep.
where you need to be. So, I think there needs to be, I suggest there should be some conversation.
I do, I
and-
agree, Cheryl.
And no hasty decisions made, one way or the other.
I have Bill and David, so David, you go first.
You, David.
Yep.
Yes, I wondered if, Charlene, if you could run through for both the benefit of the members of the planning board and the attendees, what the legal and technical ramifications are in the process for referring it to the Cape Cod Commission.
This is very Reader's Digest version. The board can refer it, it did not trigger a mandatory referral. The board can refer it under a limited discretionary referral. I do not have that paperwork with me right now. If we were in the other room, it would be a whole lot easier to get to things.
Yep.
If this board does refer it under a variety or 1 or 2 different items, it can be traffic, it can be historic, it can be architectural, water, natural resources, there's several items. The commission then has the opportunity to decide if they are going to accept it or not as a limited discretionary referral. If they do, the clock stops.
And then we would have to make a decision.
No,
No.
our clock stops.
Okay.
They will then review it.
Review it.
They will work with the applicant, they will work with the town, there will be notification to the abutters. They will hold their version of their public hearing. Oftentimes that will occur in town, not
Yep.
at the commission. There are a couple different ways this can be done. As I understand it, it's changed a little bit since when I've been, the last time I did a limited discretionary referral, quite honestly, was probably about 20 years ago. So I think it's changed a little bit. But the commission can impose different requirements that this board cannot. The speakers are absolutely right, who said that there can be things that the Cape Cod Commission can review and comment and require that this board cannot. It just cannot.
Yep.
Under our local zoning bylaw. I'm going to do a little footnote here. I have had a meeting with a couple of the folks down in West Harwich. I have said that I will definitely work with them to help them to create a better zoning platform, because right now the zoning lends itself to, unfortunately, strict development. A lot of it is zoning of the 70s that has been tweaked now and again, but hasn't really grown as I think it probably should have. And that's not casting any aspersions or anything on anybody, it's just the nature of it. Doing zoning changes is extremely difficult, as we all know.
Yep.
It takes a 2/3 vote at the town meeting. There are a couple mechanisms in place that can be done to do that. There's something called a DCPC, which is a District of Critical Planning Concern. We already do have one in the Six Ponds Special District area. For example, the town of Eastham, in their Brackett Road Route 6 intersection area there, they actually did, and this was actually very unique because it was on development and commercial development with multi-use, so a mixed use there. So that was very creative how they did that. They also did have a consultant that helped them do all that. So, but under the limited discretionary referral, Cape Cod Commission would do its thing. If it needs to get sent to the full commission for final, I'm not sure if that's how it works. If the subcommittee makes a recommendation to the full commission, that's one mechanism. I know there's another one and I can't figure out right off the top of my head what that is. Then they would impose a decision. It would come back to the planning board for further review. Chances are, because I think there is going to be a change in the board by the time this comes back, it may have to start kind of anew, and it would just be re-advertised. There would probably be new plans that would be required. So it would kind of be starting from scratch from this board's perspective. But keeping in mind, the only thing that the Cape Cod Commission would be reviewing are those items that you are referring it for. If you're only referring it for traffic, that's all they're going to review, is the traffic.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, please.
That was going to be my follow-up question for you, Charlene. Can, is it, if the board chooses to go that route, can it be referred for multiple issues? Or are you limited
Oh,
to
no, it
only
can be
one?
reviewed for multiple issues.
Greg?
A question, Charlene, you said if they agree to hear it,
Yep.
our clock stops on the 90 days from the
Yep.
close of our hearing.
Yes.
Do they have parameters for
They
which they need
do,
to?
and I don't
Okay.
have those off the top of my, again, it's been a long time since I've been involved in a limited discretionary referral.
The reason I'm asking, I'm wondering if we're gonna end up 6 months from now waiting, if we
it could.
decide to refer it.
It could. I mean, depending upon what, or if the commission accepts it, and they may say, you know, we'll accept it for these two, but not these two, depending on what it's sent for. And that process is gonna take as long as that process may take.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
I do have another question.
Yeah.
In the Planning Board memo, Charlene, of May 7th,
Yes.
on page 2, I believe it is, MGL reference in Planning Board jurisdiction. Clarification for me, the second paragraph, the bold says, if the site plan meets the requirements of this bylaw and the Planning Board rules and...
Page 3.
Oh, sorry, page 3. And the Planning Board rules and regulations governing subdivision of land and site plan review as amended, the Planning Board shall approve it.
Under Mass General Law, site plans do not fall anywhere within Massachusetts general law. There are some towns, like we have done, who've made it a special permit. But it's not a use special permit, it's just a special permit. So, under, you know, the provisions, you really cannot deny a site plan provision. If there's a use special permit that is required, and which this does not, retail is allowable by right, and we don't need to know what kind of retail it is based on our zoning bylaw, and it's very typical of other zoning bylaws. You know, you can't deny a site plan. The Cape Cod Commission, through the limited discretionary referral, has more ability to do things that this board cannot.
Specify other conditions or
Right.
so forth.
Right.
But as as I read this and as you explained it, if it meets that criteria, the planning board has no choice but to
Right.
approve it.
All you can do is you may impose reasonable conditions
Conditions.
on the proposed use. Hours of operation.
Yep.
Lights going off a half hour after it closes. Deliveries,
Right.
those kind of things.
Okay. Thank you.
If the board wanted to say, you know what, even though outside display of goods is a use special permit, we don't want you to be able to do that.
Right.
I would ask, and I know it's gonna delay things further, but I think this board needs to have a little more information on the limited discretionary referral process before there's any movement one way or the other. I don't want it to be done improperly. I want you to understand what the different mechanisms are. I can certainly, for the next meeting, if you want to hold a quick special meeting before the next meeting, that's something that can be done. We only need 48 hours notice. It would be for the purposes of reviewing what a limited discretionary referral is and, whether you want to do that. Or we can wait until the next meeting of the 30th. I just don't feel comfortable not having the whole list of things that you can do. I don't want to do it, excuse the expression, half-assed.
Well, Charlene, I think this is worthy of some pretty careful consideration.
I've said all along
my
that you
opinion.
need to be thoughtful in your decision-making.
I really, and I mean, it just, I'm not saying this because I'm gonna pound on the table and say we ought to do it. I like the idea, frankly, of limited discretionary referral, just so it gives us a little bit more information and a little bit more time. I think that, I think Matthew, I think you've done a great job. I think you've made a good, solid presentation, but I also think that some of the folks here have been very consistent, very diligent in making sure that we know and understand what this is all about. So that, as the chair, that's how I feel about this, but David, if you'd like to speak, please do.
Yeah, I'd like to go beyond what the responsibilities of the planning board are. Many of the comments have exhibited the emotion of the historic character of West Harwich, how it relates to the town of Harwich, traffic concerns, character of the type of building and the proposed or suspected use. So when the Cape Cod Commission gets involved in this, would it benefit the citizens of West Harwich to perhaps form a West Harwich Citizens Committee so they're speaking with an organized voice to let the Cape Cod Commission know
I can't speak to that. I think they're gonna do that anyway.
They've done a pretty good job of it all winter.
But I can't, as a staff member, I can't really comment on that.
If this is the kind of thing that the Cape Cod Commission reaches out to try to find out what all of
The
the
Cape Cod-
collective concerns are rather than just the technical issues.
Well, in some cases, it's gonna be purely technical issues. But they will hold public hearings. More than likely, they will ask for input. It would probably be here. Oftentimes, because the local review has ceased, you guys have to step back sometimes.
Oh, yeah,
And wait to see what happens. I, as the planner, I can go. So, I can make comments or, question or things like that based on any comments or questions that this board has had in the past. To be sure that those are addressed.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ed. Bill?
I just feel it's a good idea to probably go with the commission and ask for information about the architecture, the driveways, and also about the delivery hours and the restaurants.
Bill, I feel the same. I've made notes here on the architecture, just the historical significance as well as the traffic. Those are things that, I feel pretty strongly about too, so. Joe?
So the motion would be to refer it?
No, not until you understand what you
Yeah,
can
we would-
refer it to.
We're gonna-
I don't want, you need to know what you can refer it for.
Mary?
If I can just
Yeah.
comment, I'm not prepared to either vote on it tonight or refer it tonight.
You need more.
I'd
Need
like,
more.
I'd like some more information
Yeah.
to know exactly what our responsibilities are if
Yeah.
we do in fact send it to the Cape Cod Commission
Mhm.
and exactly what we could ask for. Before I'm even comfortable making a decision to refer it. I mean, I understand there's a want for it and I'm happy to explore it. I frankly am not comfortable making either of those decisions tonight.
Yep.
So I would personally be in favor of continuing the public hearing to another date certain so that we can minimally get some additional information. Because I too am concerned about much of what you, Mr. Chairman, spoke about. I do think it's in a neighborhood. I do think we need to worry about hours of operation and lighting and delivery times. You know,
These are legitimate concerns.
I lived near a trucking station at one point that was, you know, close enough that you could hear the trucks coming in and out. So, you know, I understand those neighborhood concerns as well. So, you know, I'd like to see us continue the public hearing to another date certain so that we can, you know, keep making some progress here. But I personally am not comfortable making a decision either way tonight.
So,
Your next regular meeting is May 30th, which is a Thursday.
Mhm.
Don't forget.
Yep.
Because that's the week of Memorial Day, so the selectmen will be meeting on Tuesday, so we get bumped to Thursday.
so,
Are 5 of us available for that day so that we know?
I gotta hope so.
That's my question.
It's on the calendar.
You're not available on the 30th. Oh, that is a monkey wrench. I can't do the 23rd, the 21st, which is next Tuesday.
It's just election day.
Oh, we
so
can't
I'm
do it
not-
that day. No,
Yeah,
and
you
we
can't do
can't.
it.
We can't do it that day. The only other thing would be to do it on the 28th. Oh, shoot.
What about the Wednesday before, what was the,
22nd,
no, the
29th?
29th.
29.
Are you available on the 29th, Mr. Harris? So you could, we're probably gonna be in this room or the library. We're gonna be in tight quarters because the zoning board of appeals will be in that meeting
Yeah,
room
yeah.
on the 29th. It will be in this building. I'm not exactly sure where yet on the
Yeah.
29th.
I'm happy to say the beginning of June, I'm just, you know, people are willing to do it faster.
Well, we have a regular meeting on the 30th anyway that we have to hold. We already have.
Right, but Mr.
Yeah,
Harris isn't
Mr.
here, so
Harris
we don't
won't be
have a
here and
quorum.
he's critical. You know, I think for the applicant's sake as well as the public's sake, I think the sooner we can try and do this, the better
Yep.
it would be.
So could we do a
Charlene,
meeting?
I have to check to verify that.
For the 29th?
It's a family obligation, but I want to make sure that it includes the night of the 30th.
We have to continue.
We have to,
certain.
yeah, we have to have a date and time
Yeah.
certain.
Can we
We-
move the meeting on the 30th up a few days? And
No,
you
we've
can't
already
do that?
advertised.
Yeah, okay.
You could try and meet on the 28th. I have a doctor's appointment in Plymouth, so I can try and beefeat it back here in time. We'd either be in this room or the library if
Yeah.
it's available. We may be meeting in the foyer downstairs, if necessary. Next week with the election is really messed up.
Yeah.
Unless
So
you
we'd end up
want,
meeting on the 28th and the 30th?
you may be,
Yeah.
if you choose to continue it to the 28th.
Let's try for the 28th.
Well, David, are you okay on the 28th?
I was sending a text to my daughter. Tell me what I need to do on the 30th.
Where you need to be.
Sounds like my house.
I was gonna say, should we take a 5-minute recess and?
Well, I can't turn on and off the machine.
Yeah,
So-
I think
I believe I'm available on the 28th.
28th,
Okay.
I know I am.
Okay, do you want to meet a little earlier than usual on the 28th.
Is that convenient for you? Is it
It's-
helpful?
Oh, no, that's not gonna work for me, because I have to come from
You're gonna
London.
be away, huh?
Yeah, so 6:30.
We've gone through that before, Charlene. I don't want to repeat it.
So and with the understanding that that continuance would be for the purposes only at that time of discussing whether or not you want to refer it.
Yeah.
And you may vote to refer it.
The discretionary.
If you decide not to refer it, then you would continue the public hearing to the next meeting, which would be June 11th.
Yep.
Does everybody get that?
Is that meeting to discuss if we choose to refer it, public hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
It would still be a public hearing,
Yep.
but I think you really want to limit
Okay.
conversation to you and also
And-
the applicant.
Right.
And it's an informational.
30th is available,
The 30th is available.
the 31st.
Well, we already
Oh,
have the
then
30th.
we already have the 30th
We
as a
already have
regular
it.
meeting. So as long as you're here the 30th, is everybody else here the 30th?
Yes.
Motion to continue public hearing on.
And that can be a full public hearing. I just didn't want to have too much
Motion
extra
to
that week.
continue public hearing PB 2019-03 Harwich Retail LLC to Thursday, May 30th, 2019, here at
And
Town
we
Hall.
are going to be in the other big room, I promise you.
Okay.
Here
Come
at Town
heck or high
Hall,
water.
no earlier than 6 p.m., 6:30 p.m.
Yep. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Because you can vote on that. You can't vote on the, yeah, we're fine with that. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank all of you. Yep.
Mr. Chairman?
Sir,
And we still have more meetings, so if you
We've gotta
are
get-
done,
Hey, folks, can I get my architectural review document back that got passed around? Thank you, Deputy.
Thanks, Deputy.
you
And,
go.
thank you, sir.
That almost went out the door.
It did. And when we meet on the, I guess it's the 30th now, to discuss whether we refer to, what is it, CP? No. Cape
Cape Cod
CCC.
Commission.
Not only will, at this meeting on the 30th, we'll discuss the process and so on and so forth, but also what are the ramifications with what, basically, does the CCC overrule whatever
That's all that will.
that will talk about that then?
What do we do with the 28th? We're gonna meet on the 28th or not?
No.
No.
Just the regular meeting, Joe,
On the 30th, I got that, yep. Yeah.
Educated, yeah. How long ago, Bill? Long time. Yeah. I'd like to learn what to do, and I think it would be interesting to.
Yeah, we've referred things to the Cape Cod Commission before. I have a memory of somebody from the Cape Cod Commission coming in and sitting in our meeting.
It's freezing in here.
It is
it is,
freezing in here.
if we can leave the door open, that helps.
I'm freezing.
Me too. Put my vest on. Is
Terry,
it?
we're being recorded right now.
It's very warm out there.
What do you got coming up?
Stonehorse.
For those of us that choose not to wear coats, meat, I
Bill is our newest member.
Our newest oldest member.
Oh.
You're still recording? Yeah, it's off to a good start,
Woo.
didn't it?
As long as that didn't tip over.
I don't know where you're gonna put that.
Terry, do you want to try to fit in there?
Attorney Riley is on his way from Chatham. He had to be at Chatham Town meeting.
Yep.
So, do you want to do the meeting minutes?
So Attorney Riley is for Stonehorse?
Yes.
Okay, so
Excuse me, I need to say,
I would,
you can take. Folks?
Sir.
Excuse me.
We're trying to have a meeting, please. Thank you, okay? So what I would suggest, Charlene, is that we move to number 3, public meeting, and look at 3B, meeting minutes from 3:26, as well as 4:23, and get that out of the way.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Yep. So, yeah, the first set is, it's just 2 pages. That was from March 26th. And that's when we didn't have a quorum,
Yep.
really, so we had to continue everything.
Okay.
Mary, you were not here, and Joe, you were not here.
Yeah, on the 26th.
So do we need a motion?
Yes, please.
Motion to accept the March 26th, 6:30 minutes of the Harwich Planning Board.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. It's unanimous, Charlene. Okay, the next minutes?
April 23rd, those are a little longer, there's 7 pages.
Okay.
You were at that meeting. For part of it.
Part of it.
I think I'll still abstain.
What's up?
Does somebody want to?
Would you
Move
make
to
a...
adopt.
Move to adopt the minutes from April 23rd, 2019, Joe?
Yes.
Second. Second.
All in
Wait, 2 seconds,
favor?
I gave it to Mary.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Got that, Charlene?
Yep. Okay.
Okay, so we have the minutes out of the way.
Pretty colors.
And we have Mr. Riley here.
Good evening.
Sir.
Here.
So this is a continuance of PB 2019-13 Main Street Stonehorse LLC as owner. Mr. Riley is here. He's hustled over from Chatham.
Chatham Town meeting, yeah.
Did it pass?
It did pass.
Good, sorry, I had
It's
to.
okay.
I wanted to vote for it, but I couldn't.
But if you can
Seeking
believe it,
approval?
there were people who actually spoke against the VFW at the Chatham Town meeting.
Shame.
They have that because of the people who are veterans.
Exactly.
So seeks approval of site plan review special permit with waivers and special permit for structures greater than 7,500 square feet to redevelop the property known as the Stone Horse. The proposal includes the construction of 2 new dormitory buildings, Board of Appeals Decision 2018-32 granted October 31, 2018, a pertinent shed, site improvements, demolition of 3 motel buildings, 1 wood frame dwelling, and 2 sheds. Reconfiguration of the existing driveways and parking areas, renovation of the existing office dwelling, and the relocation and rehabilitation of the gazebo. The property is located at 872 Route 28, Map 25, Parcel A2 in the C-H-1 zoning district. The applicant is pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, Section 325-9-51 and -55, and this has been continued since April 23rd.
Where no testimony was taken.
Where no testimony was taken. Thank you, Charlene.
You're welcome.
You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I apologize for being late. I'm Bill Riley. I represent, the Main Street Stonehorse LLC. Rumnick, the principal, is in the back row. We have Dan Croto, Joe Botello, who's the architect, Bill Galvin, who's the recognized, the planner, and Terry Eldridge is our team tonight.
I'm sorry, I missed the architect's name.
Joe Botello, is
Thank
our
you.
building designer. Angela Tan is our landscape architect. The project consists of the demolition of the existing stone horse structures with the exception of the office building, which is currently being rehabbed for use as an office and as some rooms for workforce housing, and the construction of two new structures that will provide bedrooms for, there'll be 45 bedrooms.
There's a total of 90 bedrooms in the
90
entire
bedrooms.
complex.
Yeah,
There's
so
42
45
in each of
bedrooms,
the
yeah.
dormitories.
So about 180 workers, basically from late April until middle of October kind of thing. And what what we propose is to construct these two new structures. Do we have the new design up?
I was going to get that at the end, but I guess we can do it now.
No, let's do it now, so we know what people look like. And we got some feedback.
I don't have the new structure. I have the old, but I've got the handout for the new.
Oh. There you go. I'll pass it.
There's 11 copies there.
So, we got some feedback on the original design as being sort of overly massive and not particularly imaginative. Mr. Rudnick had asked for structures that would provide accommodations, and he didn't really focus on the aesthetics, which is okay, he's a businessman. And so we got some feedback that indicated that they thought that anybody want this? So what we did was we broke up the roof lines, made them hip roofs, with the idea that it would look like, instead of one building like this, it would now look like two buildings kind of pushed together, and would reduce the obvious massing. You can take that off there now. So the workers that we're going to provide accommodations for are in the main European workers. So they arrive here without vehicles.
Yep.
They ride bicycles, they take the bus. We're going to be talking with the Regional Transit Authority about having a bus stop on our property, so as the bus goes both east and west, the people who are staying with us will have hopefully ease of accommodation, travel accommodation in either direction. They tend to be sort of early 20s, mid-20s age. They're focused on only one thing, which is earning money to bring back home with them. And so Mr. Rudnick has been doing this for quite a few years. In the town of Chatham, he has over 100 units now scattered around the town. He's worked with the police department there to work, to have controls, to have people on site so that there are no problems. And if a problem develops, they are able to respond to it very, very quickly. I can tell you that since this project was announced, and thanks to Bill Galvin's great writing, Mr. Rudnick's been approached by Chatham Bars Inn, Wauquasit Inn, Stop and Shop. They want to engage and reserve, basically the entire property for their workers, all of whom are J1s or J2s. But anyway, so This is something that we think this area of the Cape, Harwich, Chatham, Venice, and Orleans, really have a desperate use for. It provides safe and accessible, by the way. We're providing, trying to meet the ADA requirements here, so the buildings are all accessible. At least part of the buildings are all accessible. I mean, and so it fulfills a need. The waivers that we're requesting, we think, can all be granted without difficulty. I know the plan, if you look on the landscape plan here, we have the parking spaces. I don't know if you can see it with it.
Right up there.
Yeah, the green parking spaces were intended to be parking on grass. We've been instructed by Ms. Greenhalgh that that's not acceptable. So we're planning on hardening those so that they're no longer going to be planted on grass. But, I mean, under the bylaw, it's funny, you do have provisions for dormitories. You just don't have anywhere in town you can actually have a dormitory. But under the dormitory provision, we'd be required to have 90 parking spaces.
90 spaces.
Yeah, 90 spaces. Because of the type of use we're planning on having here, we don't think there's a need. We have, if you look on the floor plans, we have a large area in the interior of the building where people can store their bicycles. We're going to have bike racks. As I say, we're going to have the bus. We're going to try to make arrangements with regional transit so the bus will stop there. So we think that the waiver on the parking spaces is reasonable, although the request is quite large. We understand that, and we're happy to talk about it if you have any concerns regarding that. We have a septic system that is state-of-the-art. In addition to just being a septic, it's also a treatment facility, so the effluent will go out with a lower parts per million than the standard septic system. It's been reviewed by the Board of Health and approved. As you know, we have a variance, a use variance from the Zoning Board of Appeals for the proposed use. I'll be happy to go through the waivers if you like. I think they're all pretty modest under the circumstances here, but we haven't set aside areas for conservation or recreational use. We've not yet decided how those areas of the property will be used. As you can see, we have significant green areas, which are going to be a remarkable improvement over what's there today, thanks to Angela and her designs. And we'll have Angela go through that in more detail a little later on. We're not showing sidewalks because there are no sidewalks in the area. Traffic circulation, we don't think the arrows are necessary. I mean, the driveway, as you can see, connects Old County to Route 28. The water lines, up until now, at least the water department hasn't showed us where they want the water lines to go, so we're going to be working in coordination with them for that purpose. You have the same situation with the electrical service lines. Again, because the structures aren't built yet, we think the location of the lines are going to change. And so we'll be providing updated plans to the planning department as that information becomes available to us. The gas line is not shown because at this time, we don't intend to use gas for the project, principally because the buildings aren't going to be used in the wintertime. So the buildings are planned to be shut down and drained, so they won't have to be heated. On cable, again, we need assistance from utility companies and the cable companies to know where the lines are going to go.
just interject on that for a moment. We're not proposing any water mains, any electrical mains, any cable mains to come into the facility. Each building will be serviced individually from the street. So we're just looking for services for those, or I think your bylaw is looking for mains, not services for buildings.
You talk about each building, but in fact, you gave us a new plan tonight that basically shows the two buildings connected.
No.
It's identical to the other building. The only change that has been made is the middle section of the building, the roof has been taken away.
Yeah.
And the two ends, the roof has been taken away.
So, Joe,
You see in that style.
that's one building.
There are two.
Yeah.
There are two of them,
Yeah.
but that's
I
just one.
see.
But the idea is to make it look like it's two buildings kind of put together, because it reduces the mass that the roof created. So it's, again, we're trying to respond to concerns that have been expressed to us.
As far as the water department is concerned, I spoke to Steve, the assistant superintendent, I believe was titled, at the water department. Is that what it was? No,
Sure.
I spoke to somebody at the water department, and he wanted to know the size of the pipe that would have to be brought in for the sprinkler system.
Yeah.
And water currently exists on this side of the Bowl County Road, and the plan is to bring it in.
Yeah.
To say service connection for both buildings, be no different than building a house. So no mains be brought into the property itself.
And this is for 90 dorm rooms, correct? 90.
A total of 90 on the property, 42 in each building, and then some rooms in the
Middle section.
in the office building.
Yeah.
But there's 2 beds in each room,
2 beds in each room.
double occupancy.
Right, that's correct.
And is there a kitchen facility or
There are cooking facilities on each floor.
cooking facilities and then lavatories or showers?
Well, if you look at the floor plan,
Yeah.
each 2 rooms share a bathroom.
Mm-hmm.
And there's room, as you can see, with tables for eating, and there's a lounge area.
Kitchen, dining room.
Mm-hmm.
On the second floor, which this is, let's see, first floor rather, there's a lounge. On the lower level, there's storage. A lounge could be provided in there as well. But each floor has a kitchen and a dining room, so that'll take care of each building. So there's 6 kitchens and 6 dining rooms. And the existing office / whatever it is, the building that's remaining has a kitchen, or had a kitchen, a new one's been put in. There are bathrooms for each one of the bedrooms upstairs. There's bathrooms on the first floor. There's a dining area if people want to partake. Plus, we have outside dining as well.
Yeah, there's, if you go back to the planting plan, the green area shown as lawn, right there. It's going to have patios where there'll be outdoor cooking facilities and picnic tables, so in good weather, the residents can eat outside and sit outside and enjoy the weather.
And how close is this to the bike trail?
Back over here.
Very.
Not very close.
Well, it's what they would have,
Up Chatham Road.
well, it's actually shorter if you go east on 28 and then up, is it Oxford?
It's 137.
No,
Oh,
no, no,
Depot.
not even Depot. Oxford, then you go through that is it Oxford?
Oh.
The first left past Dave's Garage. As you're heading in,
That's Chatham Road.
That's Chatham Road.
no, past Dave's Garage. Quaker Lane, that's what it is, Quaker Lane. You go up through there, and it comes out on Arrowhead, on Depot, and then up to the bike trail. So it's actually pretty close.
It actually depends on where you're going.
Well, that's true. But as
If
somebody,
it's directly across the street and you're there.
as somebody
Go to
who's,
Howard Center.
as somebody who's walked to both places, I think the one up Quaker Lane is shorter and certainly has less traffic with it. But We've shown the lighting on this plan, and we'd be happy to have Angela come up and make a presentation on the planting plan. If you want to do that now, we can get to that later.
Okay.
So why don't we do that, if it's okay with
Have
the,
Angela?
okay with the board?
Andrea. Andrea?
Angela.
You want to sit here?
Sure. You want to sit here instead?
Yeah, then I can grab the
Yeah, I
board.
thought you might. I'll switch off with you.
Give us your name again, I'm sorry.
That's okay. It's Angela Tanner from Genic Studio. So I don't know. I know we can't. The planting plan.
Gen X Studio.
The outer edges of the site, we are trying to keep as much of the existing naturalized vegetation as possible.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Sure. We're trying to keep as much of the naturalized vegetation as possible on the outer edges of the site. There's some tree canopy, some existing shrub colonies, things like winterberry, and the intent is to clean up some of the understory underneath. There are some areas where some trash has been dumped, a lot of undesirable things that would be cleaned out, and then all of the bare areas would be seeded as a grassland meadow. And we would have the opportunity to slice seed in some wildflowers and create some bird and butterfly habitat. And this area up here, that would be the same. There's no trees shown on here. Not every tree was surveyed, and it was difficult to determine which ones were going to stay. But the intent is that there would be some trees in here that would remain. We've also shown a hedgerow along the northern property line, and a hedgerow is a mix of deciduous and evergreen trees and shrubs, so that there would be some seasonal interest and some privacy for the neighbors to the north. On the Old County Road side, we have a row of proposed street trees, which would help screen the buildings from that side and also provide some nice fall color. And the native grasses and wildflowers would also be on that edge of the property. We have also shown several lawn areas which are used for outdoor activity spaces, 2 small ones near the buildings and a larger one to the south. And all of that meadow area and lawn area is proposed to be the same type of grass that when you mow it, it's not an irrigated lawn. It's a native habitat that doesn't need a lot of maintenance. You don't need a lot of fertilizer or anything like that. The intent of the landscape plan is to keep things low maintenance and wildlife friendly. That was the main goal for the outer edges. For the immediate areas around the building, we have naturalizing ground covers such as fern and wild geranium and Canada anemone, things that will spread out and replace the need for having mulch or other types of high maintenance materials. We have flowering shrubs as a loose hedge pulled away from the building to allow light into the lower windows, but to also provide a little bit of privacy for those lower bedrooms for people who are happening to be passing by. We have near the parking lot, we have some, maybe this is, I'll show you the actual plants. At the parking lot, we have some flowering trees, and this is a grass that has a beautiful pink flower in the late summer. And we have, you can see here, this top row of plants are the Old County Road plantings. These are the plantings of the foundations on the south. These are plantings around the outdoor terrace spaces. These are the meadow plantings, and these are the hedgerow plantings at the northern property line.
And I can explain the lighting on the same plan. We have two types of landscape light fixtures. We have a post top light, which is for the parking areas. We have 4 of those. They're here, 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 and here. And along the pathways, we have lower path lights that would basically illuminate the path so that people can see where they were going, but the whole site isn't lit completely up like a fireplace. There's a diagram that shows this diagram shows the 4 post top lights for the parking areas. So you can see that those areas are very well lit. These front entrances are also lit by those post lights, but the areas at the edges of the property are not. So that was the goal of those. And there are pictures of the fixtures themselves on that same plan.
Okay.
Do you have any questions for Angela?
Bring up the one plan that shows the plants on that side. Is that the one over there, on the furthest away from you?
Dad, we got the big room tonight.
We do not have copies of this for you. Actually, I may have a couple for your records, but this is, well, she can explain that on. It's a chart, was the intent of it, to get an idea of what things look like when things grow.
So this,
Yeah, we're good.
this is the south building, but they're both very much the same. Let me turn it a little bit so you can see it. Can you see that?
Don't worry about it,
Okay.
because we don't really need it.
Okay.
We're good.
When we can see it.
The, this shows the updated building roof line with the 2 different roof structures, and it shows the street trees, and this is basically how big, not quite as big as they're expected to get, but somewhere in between. And we have the loose shrub hedgerows along the sidewalk, and then these are the meadow plantings underneath the trees. And so it shows that the intent is that we chose a tree that's not going to get so tall that that the canopy is up above the building. We chose a tree that would stay fairly in line with the building itself so that it would help act as a screen. And these are just pictures of the street tree that we chose, and any tree that we would pick would have this same quality where it was changed throughout the seasons and also has a similar form to it.
Thanks, Angela.
Thank you.
And we also, what we don't show on the plan is the lights at the doors. We do have pictures of the light that we would propose to use there. It's a lot of work for a small picture.
It's okay.
I tell you, I suffer from claustrophobia. But only in tight places.
Keep all the twinkle toes
It's a man who lives in a camper sometimes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And these are what are going to be on the sides of the buildings? The outside wall sconces?
Only above the doors.
Okay.
Above the doors and shining down
Yep.
instead of out.
Yes.
Right. The idea is to light up just the step itself.
That's good. It's a good idea. A lot of thought has gone into this, I'm sure of it.
Yeah, so we have a dumpster enclosure plan.
Which was filed.
Which was filed.
There's a photograph in there that shows the proposed dumpster.
Yeah, the enclosure, you all got that.
Yeah, so
And it's in an
Away-
enclosure?
Away
Yeah.
enclosure.
The objective of this would be, there'd be a double set of doors on the other side where the truck comes to pick it up, but there'd be a single door for the tenants to open in order to put their trash in the dumpster itself. That way, the doors at the front would be closed except when the trash man shows up to do the dumping. Make it look nicer.
Can I just ask a question,
sure.
Mr. Chair? Is something like this big enough to, or will there be one of these for each building, or is this gonna be big enough to service?
There's two proposed,
Okay.
and one is in the there's one in the parking lot here, and there's one here. And so there's basically one for each building, forgetting about the smaller building out front. Obviously, that would be using one or the other.
Okay. Are you finished? Are you finished with your presentation?
I
Because
can
we
keep talking if you want.
And he can.
For the rest of your life.
I mean, we're not trying to speed you up, but
No, I understand.
if you make your point, then let's,
We're ready to answer questions if we have any.
Joe,
Just, is.
hold on. Hold on. Let's do it the right way, Charlene.
Okay. Sorry.
It's all right. I'm trying to move it up without being too obvious. I
Okay.
failed.
So, building department has said that it will require a demolition permit to demo the buildings and other building permits. Conservation and highway have no concerns. Fire department, no concerns, excellent plan. Water, no utility plan showing water sprinkler service, that's been addressed by the applicant. Police department, from a criminal justice, law enforcement, public safety perspective, the Harwich Police Department has no issue with the proposed plan for Main Street Stone Horse LLC, provided that all exits from the driveways onto Route 28 provide a clear and unobstructed line of sight for the motorists entering onto Route 28. I would also request that parking areas be illuminated as best possible for clear visualization during the evening hours. Excuse me. Health Department. At a meeting of the Board of Health on April 9, 2019, a hearing was conducted as required by the Board of Health Regulation, Section 1.211, for the development in excess of 2,000 gallons per day. The applicant proposes to develop the parcel with a daily septic flow of 9,900 gallons per day. Included in the design is alternative technology to reduce total nitrogen on the lot to below 10 parts per million. After considerable review and discussion, it was the decision of the board to approve the proposal as submitted as being in compliance with Board of Health Regulation 1.211 with the following conditions. 1, the Board of Health will not consider any variances from Title V or Harwich Board of Health Regulations. 2, the alternative technology shall have an operation and maintenance agreement for the life of the system, including monitoring and testing requirements as outlined in the Town of Harwich Board of Health Regulations. And 3, the approved letter and conditions shall be recorded at the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds. My comments. On March 27, 2019, I sent a list of items that were missing or required additional information. At this time, all information requested has been provided. I would refer you to the narrative provided by the applicant, as that does provide much more detail, and it went into great detail by Attorney Riley. 3, regarding the parking, the most significant waiver requested is that for parking spaces, based on the use, 91 parking spaces are required However, only 17 are provided. Based on the nature of the use, most of the tenants, seasonal workers, many of whom will be from other countries, will not have vehicles. This appears to be a reasonable waiver request. However, the board may wish to impose a condition that if the need for additional parking arises, the applicant must return to the planning board. And B, 6 of the parking spaces are to be paved and 11 are proposed to be on grass. It is my recommendation that the 11 spaces not be grass, but rather gravel or T-base or even asphalt for that matter. The waivers, as requested, I believe are reasonable. 2 letters from abutters have been received and are included in an electronic packet, and those will need to be read into the record. As noted, the dormitory use has been approved by the Zoning Board of Appeals and therefore is not part of the Planning Board review. I would refer you to the bottom of page 4, the adopt proposed findings. In the narrative that was presented by the applicant, item number 4, this is on the bottom of page 4, they did indicate the facility will be used seasonally, summer, spring, and fall, with little or no use in the winter months. The representative has said there will be no use in the winter months. I don't know if you want to correct that finding of fact as you move forward. I will leave that entirely up to you. And that, at this time, concludes my presentation.
If I can make one comment about seasonal use. During our presentations to other bodies, Mr. Ruddick has pointed out that in his experience, particularly in the town of Chatham, every now and then there's a wintertime project that where workers need a place to stay. The example we used, it was when they were rebuilding the bridge in Chatham.
Yep.
And the workers needed a place to stay. The town asked Mr. Ruddick if he would open up one of his buildings, and he did. So, there might be some occasional use along those lines, but the workers simply aren't here. They go home because, as we know, the demand for their services is greatly reduced in the wintertime. So we don't anticipate them being there, but I just wanted to let you know there was a possibility of some use.
Yeah, that was a question I had, what happens in the winter? So.
And it was also brought up by the Handicapped Accessibility Board in town that there may be a need for veterans to use the facility during winter months. And it would be few, but the doors could very well be open to them.
Yeah, okay.
May I address that?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
We'll follow the protocol. Thank you. You'll get a chance to speak, I promise.
Thank you, sir.
So, next in line, we have the members of the board. If there are any comments, Mary?
So I just had a couple of questions. With respect to the parking, if the parking becomes a problem for some reason, more people have cars than anticipated, I would expect you'd have to come back here, but what would the plan be? What would you anticipate doing for additional parking?
Charlene.
This entire
Do you
side
have the
right
two
here
butters
is set up
comments? He says he doesn't have them.
to provide parking there.
Okay.
Essentially double the parking that's there right now in round numbers.
And just with respect to the dumpsters, are you expecting those to be like garbage truck, pickup dumpster, unload? Are they, and how often, how frequently? Is it once a week? Is it?
I would say whenever they're full.
Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously, we don't know right now, but.
No, I understand that. I just didn't know if you had any history of other locations where it was once a week, or it was twice a week, or it was
2 times a week.
Twice a week?
I think, that's our experience. I don't think we've had this concentration of workers yet.
Understood.
But the idea is that, we'll service the dumpsters certainly as needed, so twice a week or more frequently.
Set up for 6-yard dumpsters and twice a week. If it's not adequate, they can go 3 times a week, but I would not increase the number of dumpsters.
Okay.
And there's truck access
to the dumpster locations?
Yes, there is. If you look, wish I had a pointer. If you see where the one between the two buildings, we're providing driveway access there.
Driveway is here, and then this is the driveway coming through that back into that, in that location.
PVC?
Yes.
Yeah, this,
And last one.
maybe two,
That's your business.
but they're very attractive.
Thank you, yes.
Bill? What are the driveways?
wasn't a concern.
What are the driveways going to consist of within the grounds? Driveways paved?
Oh,
Asphalt.
Stone?
Asphalt.
Asphalt.
And then you are planning on having the bus stop within the property?
We're
The
gonna,
bus coming in this direction will come in here, stop there.
I can't see what, if
Okay.
you explain it
All
while
right.
you're not just pointing, that would be helpful.
The,
so they come in on the west, as they're heading east, they come in from the west drive. We have a shelter, which is shown as the black circle. And then they would exit on the east side, and vice versa,
So
so.
they won't stop on 28 of them?
no,
They
no,
will
no,
not stop
no,
on
no.
28.
You're off the road.
Right, and we expect, as they're going west, they will come in and do the reverse.
And the other question was, if you are going to use it for during the off-season, then maybe we can make it so that you have an extra parking lot right away.
Sorry, what?
If you're going to use it during the winter season, maybe you should consider the additional parking now.
Well, I can tell you any use currently, our current thinking is that any use in the wintertime will be very greatly reduced. You know, I don't, you know, when the workers were working on the bridge, there were like 15 guys that needed a place to stay. So that's, you know, so unless somebody's gonna show up with requiring a 180-man workforce, you know, it's gonna be pretty much the same thing. But you're right, if there is that use, we would be back to you proposing the construction of additional parking.
Okay. Craig?
Thank you. The number of spaces you're planning for, 17 parking spaces?
That's correct.
And there are 92 beds between the three buildings?
90 beds.
90 beds,
Including the manager's quarters.
okay.
180 bed.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
correct.
180 bed.
180
90
beds.
rooms, 180 beds.
So 180 people,
That's correct.
17 parking spaces.
Right.
How did you come up with 17 instead of 20, instead of 10, instead of 90?
Well,
Actually 6, because there was only 6 being proposed to be paved in the handicap.
Yeah.
6, including the handicap. And the rest was going to be grass, with the idea that rather than paving it and let the grass grow up, we would just plant the grass first, because we don't think it's going to be used for the particular use that's taking place during the summer months. Now, in the off-season, you know, does it make sense to pave these 2 lots? Maybe it does, if we have, you know, more people with vehicles showing up. But the people coming from Europe are not going to be, I can't say that.
yeah.
The chances of
Yeah.
them having a car are pretty slim.
Right. And that kind of leads to my other question. What are you going to do? What are your plans if, as soon as you open the doors, you've got people with 22 cars wanting to live there? You're going to have to come
Well-
back before us, and that might be a month or two with public hearing and notice.
The,
What's Plan B, I guess?
well, Plan B would be.
We have the ability to put cars over here on the grass at this point, if it's during the summer months.
No, you
I don't
can't.
think so.
No, you'd have to.
Well, physically, you have the ability to do it, not with...
Not legally.
Not awfully.
Back before the board.
Right, we have to
Right.
come back to the board. Yeah, but that's, you know, we will know, I mean, the only possibility of that happening would be if we reached an agreement with Chatham Bars Inn. And they have seasonal workers coming up from Florida who are Americans or at least have an automobile, whether Americans or not. So we'll know that really before construction is complete. Because the idea would be we're going to enter into hopefully long-term relationships with the major employers. So if they're going to be bringing people from Florida or, the Rocky Mountains, I know the kids go back and forth from the ski areas as well. If that's the kind of use we're going to be receiving, then we'll come back to you showing additional parking and explaining the rationale for the number of spots we're proposing.
Okay. The dumpster that's on the east side of the property, that looks kind of tight for I'm assuming it's going to be one of those trucks with the forks in front that lifts it up kind of thing? The dumpster that you described that's going to be located there. Do those measurements comply to allow the truck to get in there if there's a car parked? And the reason I'm asking is it looks like the vinyl fencing is pretty close on either side of the dumpster, and that looks tight to me.
It meets your requirements as far as the parking is concerned, and the space is wider than your space as far as where the dumpster is.
Okay.
Well, I guess the way to respond to that is to say that, this looks cute, but obviously the enclosure that's going to be constructed is going to be constructed so that the vehicle who's going to be accessing it will be able to access it without, hopefully, damaging the.
Okay.
Joe? Oh. Joe?
My question, you made a passing reference to veterans, and then you went on and talked about something else.
I'm not familiar with that. Apparently, that's something that came out of the access board, so.
And Ron can speak to that, because he knows more about it than I.
When we get to the public session, we'll do that. Dave?
Yeah, I have four questions. How large will the staff be for operating the facility?
Yes. Answer the question.
He's the applicant.
I can talk.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
You are the applicant.
This is Mr. Rudnick.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Can you repeat I'm sorry, David, can you repeat your question?
The question was, how large is the staff to operate the facility that's there on a day-to-day basis?
Well, minimum of 2 people that have to be living there all the time. But I am in the process of talking to, we call it HARC, and I have a meeting with them on the 23rd, the veterans, and I'm looking to maybe hire them to be living there and working on the facility. That's my meeting's on the 23rd, and that's what we're going to be discussing. So we have a full-time staff in our office, but there'll be 2 people that work for us on site. And on every building and every floor, we give a kid a discount to making sure nobody smokes, papers are picked up, okay, and.
Like a den mother.
Exactly.
Like an RA.
Like an resident assistant.
Like an RA in college.
But I'm going to be speaking on the 23rd with the park group.
Yeah.
I'm scheduled, and my proposal is going to be trying to have some of the veterans working for us and dealing with problems.
Yeah.
And living there.
And the other thing to point out on that is that as far as landscaping is concerned, it's a crew that comes in that is in his employee that takes care of the landscaping. Once a week, somebody comes through and cleans all of the common areas.
We have excuse me, can I speak again?
Sure.
We have a full crew. We don't hire outside help. We're regarding landscaping, plowing, trucks, and we have 4 guys that handle our properties. And they will be taking care of the site.
So I want to apologize to you. I didn't realize this was your deal.
I followed your rules.
No, I'm sorry I didn't know that. I should have. So, thank you.
You did mention that there would be some residents coming up from Florida or other locations for seasonal work.
It's a possibility.
Mr. Rodman, this is my 8th year doing it, okay? We've had one person with a car, and all our parents. That person came from Montreal.
Yeah.
Okay? And all the kids that come here from, and we don't only have them from Europe, we have them from Indonesia, we have them from South Africa, and we have a lot of the Slavics, yes, Bulgarians, Russians, Latvians. Nobody's ever had a car. Now, a couple have bought motorcycles that came here, and we've only had one car in all my years, my 8 years.
That's good.
Will you be installing bicycle racks?
Yes.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
You may have mentioned that.
Yeah, they're bicycle racks, plus we have, each building has a bicycle storage room on the lower level.
This is all set up for bike racks, bike racks, bike racks, bike racks.
Yeah, it's a little hard to read on my plan.
So-
Thank you, that's enough.
Okay.
There's also a shed out here for bikes.
I would really like to move this issue along to discussion, so Craig, let's make this quick and move.
Do you want me to ask my questions, or
Yes,
do you
you-
want someone else to go ahead first?
Well, you know, David, it's 10 minutes to 9, and we have one other issue that's probably gonna take a lot of time, so if you'd like to ask your questions, let's go.
What is the building height, and what is the height limit, Charlene?
30 feet.
And the building is just under 30 feet. In fact, the,
It's not shown on the elevations, I just did.
It is.
It's there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is on a plan somewhere.
Yep.
It's on this plan
Made
right
sure
here,
they
we're
did that.
29 feet, 3 7/8 inches.
Thank you.
Craig?
Who signs the lease or rental and start in March and end in August? How does that work?
It works 2 different ways. Most of the kids from the J1 coming in, they have to have a job from the visa to come here.
Yep.
And a lot of the companies here on Cape Cod apply to tell them they have a job. The lease is either with the company or the individual. It works both ways with us.
Okay. So you'd have both
Either way,
situations?
yeah, both different
Potentially.
situations.
Okay. And I do have one more question. Oh,
And, excuse me, interrupted. We do handle a lot of, Mr. Rowley spoke of the large companies. We have lots of the restaurants taking 3 rooms, 4 rooms, 5 rooms, okay? It's not just the large companies.
and that's what prompted my question, was wondering if the company or the corporation signs the lease or the individual tenants.
We made a commitment to the ZBA that we were going to deal with Harwich first, of their services here, and then we go for outside Harwich.
Okay. I have one more question. The entrance or the curb cut that comes out basically in the middle of the property to Route 28, not the one over near Depot.
yeah.
Yeah. I was down there the other day and drove that, and I know that the police have reported that they're favorable, provided that the sight lines are adequate. And I personally found it kind of tough because you're kind of at the top of if these are elevations, you're at 32 feet and it quickly drops off to 27 and 25 on the other end. So it's kind of tough, and there's a big canopy of trees to the west side of the property. I wondered if there had been any consideration to getting rid of that curb cut onto 28 and wrapping that driveway around to come out to the west side of the west building, out onto Old Colony. So-
Candidly,
I'm sorry,
no.
Old County.
No, we did not. Principally because from the police department report and from our own observations, the sight distance is fine. You might have heard Angela say that we're going to be removing understory along the Route 28 corridor. So we expect that, to the extent that that might have been a concern of yours, we expect that will be cleaned up and will improve the sight distance. But more importantly, because in Mr. Rudnick's experience, virtually none of our tenants are gonna have an automobile. We thought it was really important to have a bus be able we're gonna talk to the transit people.
Right.
But we think this is really important. It's gotta be easy for them to get in and out. And if it's go in, turn around, we were concerned that might have them look sort of negatively on our request. We thought this was the best possible access for the bus, so they don't have to be turning around and stuff.
Or alternatively, they come down Old County and pick the people up in the front of the building and come back out on Depot, but immaterial at this
Well, I
point.
think one of the things that we were concerned about, and maybe that concern was misplaced, as you know, from the landscape plan, we're planning on a screening Old County, pretty much from the buildings. And so we felt, whereas the other side of Old County is residential, and Route 28 is Route 28, that it was a better treatment of our neighbors to
Okay.
keep the in and out on the Route 28 side.
Okay. Chairman's in a hurry, so I'm gonna stop questioning.
Look, if there's something that's germane to the topic and we're not sorting fly shit from pepper, I'm all for it. But I really, I've heard enough, I think.
Well, I hope I wasn't considered not germane.
No,
I was talking about the Stone Horse and Route
Yeah,
28 and
I
the
get it.
driveway.
I get it. So, I have before we move this to the public portion of this, I have a couple of letters that I'd like to read into.
I'm going,
Yeah.
if I can get out.
I'd like to read these into the record. So this first was received on April 17th, 2019, and it's addressed to the Harwich Planning Board. Dear Mr. Chairman and Planning Board members, I am writing to ask the Planning Board to consider referring the Stone Horse plans to the Cape Cod Commission as a development of regional impact limited to design review only. This is a very large development, one of the largest multi-unit residential developments in town. It is located on a regional highway, Route 28, and it will be highly visible to residents and visitors to the Cape, and as such, will have regional impact as well as impact on South Harwich. The character and design of the development along major roads influences the image of the town to residents and visitors. Unfortunately, the town has limited jurisdiction over design. The commission, however, does have that authority. 3 developments in Harwich that were reviewed by the commission are a credit to the town. The Melrose Apartments, the Stop and Shop buffered by the liner buildings along routes 137 and 39, and the addition to the Shaw's Market with revised landscape plan. Well-designed developments often have a positive effect on adjacent development. The converse is also true. I would be glad to assist the board and planning staff in making application to the commission and assist in expediting this process to meet the commission's standards for architectural and site design if you approve this referral. Sincerely, Jacqueline Edston, Cape Cod Commission Representative. So that's the first one, and that will go into the record and become a part of Charlene's file. The next was received on April 12th, and this was sent to Elaine Banta. Dear Ms. Banta, as we understand, it is planning board policy not to provide email messages for individual board members. Please forward the following message to board members James Joyce, Joseph McParland, Alan Peterson, David Harris, Mary Maslowski, Craig Chadwick, and Julie Kavanaugh. Julie is a selectman, but is our liaison to the Board of Selectmen. As soon as you can and well before the April 23rd, 2019 Planning Board meeting. This regarding our concerns about the 872 Route 28 Development Project, PB 2019-13, Main Street Stone Horse Project, where we are in a butter. We already see an increase in drug and alcohol-related paraphernalia, used condoms, and other harmful trash up and down Deep Hole Road and Red River Beach. as well as an increase in vandalism and break-ins, particularly during the summer months. The 872 Route 28 / Stonehorse facility, as proposed, will be a turnstile for unregulated transients who will dramatically escalate the Cape's already burgeoning drug problems, including increased drug trafficking, along with the indiscriminate disposal of harmful trash throughout the neighborhood. Clearly, these are critical health and public safety issues that should concern us all, and made even more grievous by the threat for small children picking up and playing with used drug materials and becoming infected with who knows what, in parens, potentially fatal, close parens, diseases, /again, something that should be a huge concern for everyone in Harwich. In addition, we understand that the dormitories are to be used for seasonal workers for a period perhaps lasting over several weeks during the summer, primarily for Stop and Shop and Wequassett Resort temporary help, with Stop and Shop and Wequassett Resort guaranteeing the proper behavior of their temporary help. This according to statements made at the April 9th Board of Health meeting. So then, how are they guaranteeing this? Are they posting bonds and providing written assurances to back up these guarantees? Also, why would someone spend hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to develop the property with new buildings, etc., unless some other use is contemplated? It begs the question, what will the structures be used for when seasonal workers are not occupying same? Therefore, it is our sincere hope the Planning Board will agree with our request and deny a permit for 872 Route 28 Development Project PB 2019-13 Main Street Stonehorse Project. We have previously advised each of the Harwich Board of Health members and each of the Harwich Selectmen about our concerns regarding this project, so they too will not approve a permit for same. Please let me know when you have forwarded my message to the Planning Board members. Thank you for your anticipated kind assistance regarding this matter. Thank you. Regards, Robert Wojnarowski. Okay. So that is now a part of the record, and we thank Mr. Wojnarowski for submitting it. So at this point, if there are no further comments.
Mr. Chairman, just want to very, very briefly respond to a couple of comments.
Make it brief, because
Okay,
we have
so
people waiting.
I understand that. So if you look at the landscape plan and the modifications to our roof line, I think that the suggestion that this is going to be a highly visible use is not accurate. The office building is there, is going to remain there, and blocks the view of most of what's behind it, along with the trees. That's all we'll say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If there are no further comments from the board, I would like to open it up to those of you who have been waiting very patiently. Any comments?
Sure.
You can please stand up
Can I
and,
sit down, because I have a couple things to talk about.
as long as you give us your name and address.
Okay. My name is Kent Drusilla.
Mhm.
I represent the largest abutter, direct abutter to the north. All of our homes, properties, is the name of the owner. He has two residential properties abutting it on the north. And Penelope, who can't be here, is also not a part of this conversation. She's the smaller body direct abutter as well. First thing is, we agree with the project. Met with Mr. O'Reilly a couple times, Mr. O'Reilly a couple times, and asked for the buffer to be pushed back in 20 feet to give us a larger buffer, and they agreed to that with no problem. But there's a couple other questions. I'm just going to go through my list of questions. I'm not sure, is there any other complex like this on Cape Cod? Just a general question. Is this the biggest one that's going to happen? Or out there?
I have no idea.
Do you know? I have.
I have no idea.
Anybody?
I think it's something you should be aware of. There might be the biggest thing that's ever happened to the Cape along the Harwich. Should be something we know about. Not sure if the buildings are required. They mentioned ADA. I wonder if it needs elevators, if it needs ADA compliant facilities.
bathrooms.
Mhm.
The other notes I got is that the public space and the layouts, you consider a college dorm, a dorm room, dormitory. They have on the first floor, they have lounges, they have ping pong tables, something inside space that people can hang out. This just has people shoved into a building. We have a 12 by 12 kitchen on each floor, a 12 by 12 lounge on each floor. There's 40 people per floor.
Large lounge, yeah.
There just doesn't seem to be enough. Yeah, they have outdoor space, but where do people go in the outdoors? They go out and make noise and trash, and I just don't think that there's enough public space in the layout. Again, I wrote down about Cape Cod review, Cape Cod Commission review, if it's necessary, what form, just asking about that. Bigger concern I have is on the winter use. There was very little talk at the variance board, zoning board of appeals, about winter use. It was strictly April to November, April to October. The variance board made a very big conversation about that, and in their findings, they wrote down for seasonal workers. They left it to that. The verbiage that's in this now is for seasonal workers with little or no winter use. Don't know why you put in the word no, if it's, it's supposed to be October, April to October. And what is little? Your version of little, my version of little, totally different.
It might be a little different.
And it was never in the variance for the property. Meaning I never had a chance, if that was in there, would I have appealed it, would I have questioned it? Possible, don't know.
Just, the variance doesn't specify seasonal. It mentions seasonal workers, but it does not say a seasonal use.
They made in their presentation, April to October. That's their presentation.
The decision.
I'm for the project. I'm right next to it, the thing needs to be cleaned up.
It's interesting because you're making these points, and
so these are my the other questions are, it's not necessarily 180 beds, it's 100, closer to 190 when you add in the apartments in the front. And if it went for some sort of architectural review, they would probably be adding some detail to the office building, as well as the two other structures. Just instead of saying that the office building, which is a big square right now, there's no detail to it, saying it's going to block the other buildings. The other buildings have more detail than the existing office building. And so I read on your standards here, on your paperwork, that you have the right here. You're going to says your reference of planning board jurisdiction, what you are can do. On page 2, it says refer to 325-55E.
Section
may impose reasonable conditions on a proposed use. So you have the right to put in proposed or reasonable conditions for a proposed use. I just think the winter talk has kind of gotten bigger and bigger and bigger, and I'm a little concerned about where that's going, what that little means. I picture it as being somebody that wants some college and wants to come down and have classrooms down here for the winter. Oceanography, study of sharks. They want to rent dorm rooms. Oh, we just happen to have it. We're going to be here for a semester. It's just kind of not what the project was intended to be. The project was intended to be for J1, J2 employees.
Yeah.
And that's just, I just hope it doesn't get away from us.
Thank
So
you.
those are my questions.
Thank you for your
I don't mean to
input.
be too vocal with it.
It's fine. Anyone else?
Jackie Edson, 826 Route 28 in South Harwich.
Thank you.
If I carry on, I had the same observation that Kent did, that the application was for seasonal use from April to October. Did not mention the winter use. And really, I think the neighborhood has expressed concerns about the seasonal use because it can be so noisy and not particularly positive for the area. But even worse for that is a year-round lodging house. And if there's one use that can run down the neighborhood, it's lodging houses. And so I hope that the conversation does not keep expanding, as I've heard this evening, for winter use. And I think that they would have to go back to the zoning board of appeals to do that. And then on a more positive note, the planting plan. This is a much better plan than we saw at the last meeting, which was more of a graphic. This is probably enforceable. It's very attractive, an excellent choice of plant materials, but it's missing one thing. There's no minimum size of these plant materials, and so you could have tweaks. So what I would ask, at least for the street trees, is that there be a minimum caliper specified. 2 inches, 3 inches, or 4 inches. Perhaps the applicants would like to discuss that, but no less than 2 inches, because otherwise we're talking about something that will take a very long time to grow, if it grows at all. And then I'm the one who wrote the letter about the Cape Cod Commission, because I felt the buildings were so large and so plain, and they're going to be some of the largest buildings that I can think of in South Harwich. And I'd like to see them go through the commission design review process, where you get some finessing of the architectural design, which I think is minimal right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your input. Anyone else?
I'm gonna be longer than you.
You're not going to be any longer than 3 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, ready, set, go. I'm Bob Wojnarowski, and you kindly read my letter, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
And I would make comment on Mr. Chadwick's comments. I am in a butter. Live on Peephole Road, although my property extends out to 28. It's sometimes a life and death experience pulling out onto 28 on Peephole.
Oh, it is.
Speed limit there, 40 miles an hour. More often, 50 to 60 miles an hour. And that only worsens with the advent of more and more people on the roadway. I know that doesn't sound right, but everybody's in the summertime is in a rush to get from here to there, and they fly down 28, going from Chadwick to this or that or that. The comments about changing the entrance and exit for the property off 28 is something I would greatly like to have you consider.
It's a good idea.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anything else? Any other?
Hi, my name is Sarah Chase, and I live at 825 Route 28, very close to the project. And I had some comments and some questions. I noticed when I looked at all the material that was submitted, the letters of approval were from businesses in Chatham, and I understand that the Zoning Board of Appeals had wanted Harwich businesses to go first, and I wondered if there's some kind of guarantee that this will benefit Harwich businesses, if we have anything, that would give us a guarantee that these Harwich businesses would have employees housed there instead of just all in Chatham, because that's where all the letters came from, the businesses in Chatham. So that is something I'd like an answer to. And then density, I think it's more dense than I would like to see in that area. And I'm also wondering if it, I know my understanding from the Board of Health is that these sewer connections depend on the density in the neighborhoods. So is this going to throw the density over? Right now, that area, the residents do not have to connect to the town sewer, which is quite costly. And is this project going to throw that neighborhood in that area into a mandatory connection to the sewer? Because that could impact everyone around there, including me. And then also, as far as the noise goes, I have a neighbor that does rent to J1 workers, and in my case, and I've had to call the police a number of times every summer because they are very loud. And I'm wondering if there's a plan in place, if it becomes a problem, what the neighbors can do instead of just calling the police all the time, because my neighbor will not do anything. She just lets me call the police and police come, and as soon as the police roll away, the party starts again, the music and the loudness, and that's not a lot of people. That's maybe 8 to 10 of these seasonal workers, which we do need, but it would be nice to have some kind of a limit on noise. And I do have a letter from an abutter, but I don't want to take my 3 minutes in that, so maybe I should just give this to you, unless you let me go over the 3
You've got
minutes.
time, you've got another minute.
Okay. I think that's everything. I do agree with referring it to Cape Cod Commission, the design, just as Jackie had said. And then this is a letter from the Swedes who are at 853 Route 28. And they basically said, we remain against the dormitory proposal as being extremely dense and not a good use for that property. Please extend our opposition to the proposed development of Stonehorse property. Judith and Joe Sweeney.
May I have a copy of that?
Pass it up. Pass it up.
So those are, thank you very much. Are there any other comments?
Just one other question about, just that I didn't bring up, was insurance coverage. What type of insurance is required for a property like this, for damage, for
Can't answer
anything?
It's not our jurisdiction.
That's not something that we're,
If one of the tenants causes damage to a neighbor's house, what kind of insurance is there? Is there anything required? Is there anything offered? Is there anything?
and you're for this project, right?
The
I wanna
town,
make-
Maybe not in this format, but close.
just point of order, I don't.
Please.
The town can't get into insurance, and I
Yeah.
don't believe that the applicant really needs to answer that. I mean, they're obviously gonna have to have some kind of insurance,
Yeah.
if they're gonna have a mortgage and finance it, so,
Yeah.
but that's not part of what this board can even go into.
And we have a very valuable asset here. Of course, we're going to protect it in every way possible. Can I
I'm
just,
saying more of the tenant.
all right. Can I respond to a couple of things?
Please.
Okay. So, in the first place, I did the presentation to the Zoning Board of Appeals.
Yep.
At the Zoning Board of Appeals, we used the same example about possible winter use. In fact, we even talked about, at that time, Zudi was interested in perhaps having people coming in and learning their process,
Interns.
and staying with us through the wintertime. So that is no longer, that might still happen, but it's not part of the plan right now. So we've never changed our presentation regarding seasonal use. The principal use, the primary use, is for the kids who come here for the summertime, the kids, the young adults, and, they work at Shaw's, they work at, work at local restaurants, they work at Stop and Shop. The letters came from Chatham because Mr. Rudnick's other properties are in Chatham, and their employees live there, and that's why they want to say what a good job he's done there,
Yeah.
in the hopes that you'll believe he'll do a good job here. And with regard to, somebody mentioned control, as Mr. Rudnick indicated, these kids come here to work. If they get out of line, they're out.
They're
They're
gone.
just gone, goodbye. And they're here, so they don't have a job, they don't have a place to stay, and they just leave. And I say that because I know from Mr. Rudnick's experience in Chatham, that he's worked with the Chatham PD as he will work with the Harwich PD. They're gonna have monitors in the buildings, den mothers or whatever we call them, and there'll be 2 adults on the property all the time. And their job is to make sure that nothing inappropriate happens, and that there's no noise, they're well behaved, because if they're not well behaved, they're out. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Can I speak to the septic? It's my understanding that the septic system they're putting in is a denitrifying system.
That's right.
So it, I'm not an expert in this, but it would not change anything in that area
The
unless
nitrogen
other
balance.
things in that area change.
Right.
So it should have no impact on future sewer need.
If it conforms to Title V, we're
And this goes beyond Title V
Yeah.
if it's denitrifying.
denitrifying.
I just have one question. You know, again, no question that there is a need for housing for seasonal workers and frankly year-round workers. One point was raised that I do think was a good point. I'm just looking at the plan. It looks like you have the equivalent of one bedroom on the first level that's a kind of a lounge area. Is that correct?
That's a lounge.
That's right.
This
So-
is a lounge.
So that's a lounge, and then on the garden level, there's really no equivalent lounge.
There's a storage area in here that we're talking about using part of that as a lounge.
Okay.
And then put half a
Because-
wall up.
Because it is I do think that is a valid point, that if when you're talking about the volume of people in the one building, that is seemingly a smaller amount of kind of lounge space for that number of people. I'm assuming they're gonna be able to have televisions and things in their own rooms with their own
Right.
Yes, absolutely.
stuff, but, you know, just having been that RA in
Okay.
that dorm, we always had the one per corridor versus the really one per building, so, I do think it would be nicer if there was some way to get a little more indoor space, just knowing that, you know, outdoor space is great in the summertime too, but, you know, then it rains and then it,
Well, that's true, but, I mean, you know, this design is based on our experience. And our experience is that because of the controls we exert over our tenants, you know, there's not a whole lot of partying that goes on because we don't allow it. So, you know, generally, because they're here really to work, you know, they get up, they go to work. Most of them work 2 jobs. You know, when they come home, sure, they might hang out. And, you know, the European, they all smoke cigarettes, so they have to do it outside. But, you know, it really is a place for workers. And one of the things I think that's most significant about it, not only is it a need, but we're providing a safe place for workers. You know, they're not gonna be down in some basement where if there's a fire, they get caught. You know, the fire chief came and spoke very strongly in favor of this project because he's seen how the workers are forced to live in really suboptimal accommodations. And in this way, you know, they have a real accommodation and a real opportunity to make some money.
Yeah, those are all good points. I mean,
No.
Bill?
The lodge is already up so far.
36.
36.
We have several.
Jim, my only point is when they say this is our.
Pardon me, point of order, please. All right? Deputy Chief?
I've covered most of my comments. You know, the chief's been involved with this project from the beginning, and they've been very receptive to any concerns that the fire department's had. Excuse me. We've spent a lot of time with J1 students through the church organization that sponsors them, coming over here and works with them.
Yes.
And a lot of these students end up in basements, in unsafe conditions. This is something that's definitely needed, and we applaud the effort that they're putting forth to put them in a safe housing environment with some controls in place. So just wanted to, you know, voice that perspective from the fire department.
No, it's a valid point. Cindy?
Cindy Williams, Executive Director of the Harwich Chamber. A couple of questions comments were made about whether or not Harwich would have first option in having these storms. Mr. Rudnick and his team have met with the Chamber and have said that yes, they would be reaching out. We have also been working with the local businesses to get them ready for this for next year. This project is not for this year, it is for next year.
Yep.
Also, an educational thing too, Mr. Riley touched on it, but what I don't think many people understand about the J1 students, these are highly educated students that are coming, that are engineers. lawyers, doctors in other countries that are coming to make money so they can continue their education abroad back home.
Correct.
So it's not like in the past where it may have been more of a social experience for the students coming over here. This is a very structured group of students. As Deputy Chief just mentioned, the programs that they do. We also host a night for J1 students with the police and go through all the safety things. This will be something that we will explain is on the forefront too of this passage. So.
Cindy, I appreciate everything that you're saying, Deputy Chief, saying, you know, we are a town of 12,000 people that grow to almost 40,000 during the summer. And we need help, right? And that's what these types of things are for. I mean, we talk about this all the time. We've done a lot of hard work on having the auxiliary or ancillary apartments. You know, I think we've got to look at the reality of what we're dealing with here and look a little bit outside of the box. I mean, I think, and I'm expressing my opinion only as a fellow citizen here of Harwich, and I live in East Harwich, right? I think we've got to think about things, and we've got to think about how we can do something in a positive manner to affect how we're treating folks that are coming here to help us, all of us. David.
I don't know how other people look at it, but I've really looked at them many a night and seeing kids in dark clothing riding bicycles. I'm wondering why we ever lost more than one or two of them. And I think by concentrating the living quarters here with a bus line that has the proper schedule will greatly diminish the hazard to these young people too. So I think that's an important factor.
I do too. David? Anything? Craig? Nothing. Joe?
No.
Anyone? Any more? Would you like to speak again?
About the elevator and the ADA compliance on the whole entire building.
Any building you build in this country has to be compliant with the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Unless you go to the state AAB to get a
get a
variance,
waiver.
and they are dealing with that, and that has nothing to do with the site plan
Would you,
for this project.
would you like to comment on this?
We're dealing with it.
Sir?
I met with your local, what his name is, Mr. Hart, okay, who's just an advisor, okay, to Hart. And we have filled out
Matt Hart, yeah.
applications to Boston, where we are putting in for 2 ramps, okay, both lower floors are gonna be fully handicap access of both buildings, and we're gonna ask the waiver on the rest of them. And again, in our experience, and that's all I can talk about, is we have never had a handicapped person come from Europe. And most of the kids come from Europe or Asia, but we are going to go through the ADA process.
David?
The accessibility requirements promulgated by the federal government are now incorporated in building codes with the accessibility standard. So that's covered
Right.
both for ADA and the Fair Housing Act.
Yeah, and the office building's accessible as well. We're making the office building accessible as well.
We're going to do the same thing the town of Harwich did with the building on the harbor, go to the board for the variance. So we don't have to have it for the upper floors, but we'll have it for the lower level.
And we're comfortable with emergency response, right, for these buildings?
Well, the buildings are sprinkled. We haven't mentioned that tonight. But the buildings
Buildings are totally sprinkled, and they're, you know, they're in actually right between both stations. So there's absolutely no issues there.
It's all hardwired, the lines, bells and whistles.
Last statement?
Please, Mr. Positive.
I hope you clean up the title or the term little. Clean it up. You have the right to do that in any way which you guys decide to do.
Okay. Thank you for your input. Okay.
We're going to vote on this tonight, Mr. Chairman?
I'd like to vote on something this evening.
You can continue it if you feel you need more time to May 30th.
Any?
Can I,
Mary?
my only question is on the trash pickup. Can we do something so that it's just considerate to the neighbors that it's not, say, before 7 a.m. in the morning and not after a certain hour? I don't think it's going to happen, generally speaking, but you do have some neighborhood abutters that.
Happy to accept that as a condition.
So after,
After 7 a.m.
Yeah.
And before, and before,
reasonable-
before
oh.
9 PM.
Okay. Anything else from the board? Joe?
Nope.
Like to make a motion?
Okay,
you wanna
suggestion.
move to close the hearing?
Move to, yeah. let's
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
To approve the following, motion to approve the following waivers pursuant to paragraph 400, appendix 4 and 4.A of information required to be provided on the plans. 1, mark areas set aside for conservation and/or recreational use. 2, sidewalks. 3, traffic circulation. 4, water lines. 5, electrical. 6, gas. 7, cable.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anybody?
Was that everybody voting yes? You're no? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay,
Next?
do you, on the findings of fact, do you want to discuss item number, I just lost it. 4?
Water lines?
Facility, no.
No, no,
facility
talking
will
about
be
it being used seasonally.
Summer, spring, fall, and nominally, if you want to allow for any use in the winter.
Well, I like the language that's there, and if in fact they get to a point where they want to use it in the winter, then they'll let them come back and talk to us.
Well, it doesn't say no use in the winter.
Right.
Right.
Little or
Little.
no, I know,
Little or
I know.
no?
Okay.
So, so do we
but-
need, I mean, should we define little, less than 7 days during a calendar month?
I see that it's appropriate the way it is, that we have a problem in Harwich with low-cost housing for workers.
Yeah.
Agreed.
There may be an opportunity here for at least one building to be used during the winter, during the course of its operation. Fishermen.
I understand.
Mr. Chairman?
Craig?
I also have a problem with the words little or no use without specific definition, because little or no use to me could be 7 days in the winter, and somebody else it could be 37 days in the winter. And to leave it open to interpretation, I think we're setting ourselves up for potentially future problems.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could I propose a condition?
Please.
Please.
Yeah.
You'll get your chance.
If the, if we're going to use the structures, after November 15th, we're to notify the planning department of the proposed use. If the planning department wants us to come back before you for modification of site plan approval, we'll do that.
Excuse me, can I say something?
Sir.
I'd like to, I don't plan on having it open during the winter, other than what has happened with the veterans. And I'm willing to leave it at no more than 20 rooms at this point, out of 90 rooms that we could ever use in the winter. If you want to put a number on it, then we'll have more than that. And that's all I'm looking at this point. And if you don't want to do any, I'm willing to do it. But I'm having a meeting on the 23rd with the Veterans Association, and I'd like to try to see if I can give some of these guys a place to stay and a job.
So what about, so no more than 20 rooms,
Or if we had any more, we'd come back and see.
yep,
Is that
used between November 15 to April 15, or April 14th.
If it exceeds that, what is the harm?
Well, they just have to come back and ask for
I understand
relief.
that, but
He's willing to say 20 rooms.
I understand it, but what, you know, I agree, little to no is not clearly defined. But if there's a market and a need, he fulfills a need, what is the harm to the town if it exceeds
20 rooms.
21 rooms?
I think it.
But I'm just saying, he's offered that as a condition.
Right.
So if he's willing to live with that condition, If he needs to come back and change that condition, he can come
There's no
back and
problem.
ask for a modification of the site plan.
Mr. Harris, it's not a question of harm to the town. It's a question that the planning board is here to protect not only the neighbors and the town in general, but also the people who will be using the property. And so, right now, we're saying, little or no use, we don't anticipate it, but, just trying to be, so I think it's fair for town staff, at a minimum, to review whatever we want to do, so to make sure that all the interests are protected.
I think that's fair.
So, I don't know what we're writing.
Vote to adopt the proposed findings. 1, the use is allowable by the issuance of a use variance from the Harwich Zoning Board of Appeals, ZBA case 2018-32. 2, the properties are located primarily within the C-H-1 zoning district. 3, there are 2 means of access, Route 28 and Old County Road. 4, the facility will be used seasonally, summer, spring, and fall, with no more than 20 rooms used in the winter months between November 15th and April 15th. 5, space has been provided for bicycle parking both inside and outside of the building. 6, the applicant will be pursuing the establishment of a bus stop on the Route 28 side of the property. 7, the proposed septic system will include advanced treatment, and said system has been approved with conditions by the Harwich Board of Health. 8, the existing curb cut, excuse me,
Stay with us, Joe.
the existing curb cut onto Depot Road will be eliminated. 9, parking along Old County Road for the motel will be eliminated. 10, the buildings, with the exception of the outbuilding, sheds, and gazebo, will be sprinkled for fire safety. The proposed driveway from Route 28 to Old County Road will allow for fire access on all sides of the building. 11, there will be a substantial increase in separation between the proposed facility and the residential properties to the northeast of the subject properties, and in addition, an additional vegetated buffer is proposed at the common lot line. 12, the landscaping is shown as adequate and appropriate for the site. 13, a dumpster location provided meets the minimum requirements. 14, the requested waivers do not substantially derogate from the purpose and intent of the bylaw.
Second.
Great.
I have a cough drop. Do you need it?
I do.
I do have a question about one of the
Thank you.
conditions.
Yep.
It's not a condition. These
Oh,
are findings of fact.
Findings of fact. Is it appropriate to ask a question about them?
Absolutely, but I
Okay.
just wanted people to know you're
Yep.
talking about the findings, not conditions.
Thank you. Number 8, the existing curb cut onto Depot Road will be eliminated. And in looking at the map, are you talking about the southerly entrance to the property that exists now, which is
Right here.
kind of, okay.
That section right
So,
in there.
so there will still be an entrance from 28
Yep.
and another
On Depot.
entrance no, not on Depot.
Not on
28.
Depot.
Two on 28.
Old
Come on,
County,
20.
Right,
228.
2 on 28.
Yeah.
Okay,
Down there.
got it. It's kind of tough to
that's
see
the-
on.
You have to look at the existing conditions plan rather than the,
We want to use this, don't we?
yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
just like to offer a minor technical amendment. I think the term is sprinkler, not sprinkled.
Sprinkler.
Fine, I accept the
Yep.
amendment.
It could be sprinkles.
No, Sprinkler.
You have to have it right.
I accept on the second, too.
Yeah, I do too. Go ahead, Joe.
You need a favor, I oppose no on that.
There's a motion and a second, and the amendment's been adopted,
Yep.
so vote on the motion.
Now we need to vote on the
Now we
motion.
need a vote.
Yep.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Is it unanimous?
Unanimous.
Yes.
Finally,
Either
to-
hands or something, because I can't, it's hard to
Louder.
tell.
We'll do.
finally, to approve with conditions, case number PB 2019-13, Main Street Stonehorse LLC, as owner, care of William F. Riley Esquire, a special permit for structures greater than 7,500 square feet to develop the property known as the Stone Horse, period. The property is located at 872 Route 28, map 25, parcel A2, in the CH1 zoning district. The application is pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, 325-9, 51, and 55. This decision is based on the aforementioned findings of fact, the fact that the application meets the necessary requirements and criteria for approval pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich.
Second.
We already did the
We've
conditions.
done that. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Wait.
If I may,
What?
wait a minute. Don't, I wanted to add the condition on the,
No, there's one more.
do it on the site
Yeah,
plan review.
you still have one more.
Okay.
You still
That's my
have to approve the
question.
site plan.
One more motion.
And just a clarification, on the second line there, greater than 7,500 square feet to redevelop or develop? You read develop. Do you want to say redevelop or develop?
I meant to say redevelop.
Okay,
Redevelop.
just wanted to clarify.
Okay. Okay, for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Great. And finally,
Finally.
Okay. To approve with conditions, case number PB 2019-13, Main Street Stonehorse LLC, as owner, care of William F. Riley Esquire, for a site plan review special permit with waivers to redevelop the property known as the Stonehorse. The proposal includes the construction of 2 new dormitory buildings, Board of Appeals decision 2018-32, granted October 31st, 2018. Appurtenant sheds, site improvements, demolition of 3 motel buildings, 1 wood frame dwelling, and 2 sheds. Reconfiguration of the existing driveways and parking areas. Renovation of the existing office dwelling and the relocation and rehabilitation of the gazebo. The property is located at 872 Route 28, map 25, parcel A2, in the C-H-1 zoning district. The application is pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, 325-51 and 55. The decision is based on the aforementioned findings of fact, the fact that the application meets the necessary requirements and criteria for approval pursuant to the Code of the Town of Harwich, and the fact that the use was permitted by the Harwich Zoning Board of Appeals with the following conditions. 1, the dormitory use was approved by the Harwich Zoning Board of Appeals, recorded at the Barnstable County Registry of Deeds, Book 31998, page 236. Said decision remains part of the approval for their property. Any changes of use may require additional relief from the Zoning Board of Appeals. 2, any changes in the site plan shall be subject to further planning board review and approval in the form of a modification to the site plan review and approval. 3, if the need for additional parking arises, a modified site plan must be filed with the planning board. 4, the site plan and the use special permit decision shall be recorded at the Barnstable Registry of Deeds. 5, conformance with all review procedure requirements outlined pursuant to 400-18G inspection, certificate of completion, and as-built plan of the Code of the Town of Harwich shall be met.
Second.
Thank you.
Mary?
I wanted to offer the restriction for the trash.
Yeah.
yes.
So if we could
So what?
add, if we could add
I'll accept the
if
amendment.
we could add a condition that trash pickup that Mr. Riley had suggested would not be before 7 a.m. and not after 9 p.m.
6, that trash pickup,
Not occur before 7 a.m. nor after 6 p.m. I'm sorry,
9
9
9 PM.
I accept the amendment.
And so does the second.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so, go ahead, Bill. Yep.
Where we approved for 20 rooms to be rented in winter, do we have to investigate additional parking? Because that may involve more automobiles, trucks, whatever.
Yeah.
I think we deal with it at the time, though. I think,
Isn't the,
There's 17 parking spaces on site.
Well, you're gonna have 20 people, and have 20 extra rooms to rent.
so 40 people.
Plus the office, et cetera.
Well, we, We don't know that we're gonna actually rent them, that's just, no.
Sorry to interrupt you, Bill. These would be one person to a room, when
Yeah.
I'm dealing with veterans, I'm not putting two in a room.
Okay.
So.
One per
parking-
room,
the
20
parking
people.
more than sufficient, sir.
Yeah. Bill, what do you think?
We do say if parking becomes a problem, we let
Yeah,
them
we've
know when they
already,
have to come back.
it's in there.
They
We'll
have
go
to-
back to it.
Yeah, who decides that? You, Charlie?
Well, if I drive
has
by
to
or
come
the building
back.
commissioner drives by and sees that there is a parking problem,
Okay.
yeah, they'll get a letter and say, you need to come back.
They'll have to come back
Yep.
before the board.
Exactly.
Or if a neighbor complains,
Complains.
then
Okay.
it goes to the building commissioner, and it would have to come back.
Right. All, pardon? Let's
He's
call
calling
the
for the vote.
Let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I don't need those, but thank you. You do need to open Deerfield Nominee Trust and then move to immediately continue it to the 30th. And I have the letter requesting.
Excuse me, we're trying
still
to
have a
have a
meeting.
meeting. If you want to talk, go to the outside and talk away. Thank you. The next item that we have, Madam Chairman, is the PB 2019-15, Deerfield Nominee Trust.
David.
William Marsh, as owner, seeks approval of site plan review special permit with waivers for new construction of a 5,845 square foot metal structure for industrial use.
Move to continue to May 30th.
Hold on.
I thought he was done.
The property is located
And I
at
need
4
to read this into the...
Deerfield Road, map 45, parcel T1-7 in the IL zoning district. The application is pursuant to the code of the town of Harwich, section 325-51 and -55. Go ahead, Joe.
No, wait a minute. Hi,
Charlene.
Charlene. Bill Riley just called and said he had 2 conversations about 4 Deerfield Road and Ray's opinion that about the building setback. Based on your conversation, we'd like to request a continuance of the public hearing to the next available meeting agenda to give us time to have further conversations. So that would be May 30th.
Move to continue to May 30th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carries.
So who seconded?
I
I'm
did.
sorry. Thank you.
Me.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Is there anything you guys need to talk about before we go to the next one? Okay, so the next item we have on the agenda is PB 2019-16, Taylor Powell as applicant, care of Daniel A. Ojala, PLS, 545 Main Street Realty Trust, as owner seeks approval of a site plan review, special permit with waivers to change the retail use to a restaurant use with 39 seats. The property is located at 545 Route 28, map 14, parcel U8 in the C-V zoning district. The application is pursuant to the code of the town of Harwich, section 325-51 and -55.
Good evening, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Dan Ojala. I'm a registered professional engineer and also a professional land surveyor, and I operate Down Cape Engineering out of Yarmouthport, and helping Taylor Powell and his family out with what should be a pretty straightforward little application here. We're at 545 Route 28 in Harwich. It's a small site. This is the overview from Google Earth. I've got a paper copy if you need, but that's just regularly public available information. We're here at 545. Very compact and small lot. We were just looking, I believe it was 1788 this was built, many, many years ago. And there's a plan that shows it basically in a very similar format in 50 years ago. So this building hasn't gone anywhere. The water that falls on it since 1788 is the same water that falls today. There's no drainage issues, parking. There weren't any automobiles, obviously, back then, but nowadays we're lucky in that the town has seen to have some municipal parking available, and there's a recent selectmen's meeting where they're going to open up another lot for some of the employees in the nice little hub, the center of town village here, and also the bank buildings have agreed to allow it after hours, a lot of parking behind them. So while we don't have any parking on site, as is many downtowns like Hyannis, there is municipally and publicly available parking off-site, and so we're in pretty good order on that. So the exact numbers, because you do often look at, with some specificity, the exact, we've got a little apartment upstairs that's going to stay. We're looking at about 1,000 square foot of retail in the front, which would generate 6.7 spaces at the 1 per 50. There's a 33-seat cafe/restaurant. You calculate those at 1 per 4 seats, so it's 8 1/4. Employees, 1 per employee, max shift plus 6 is another 10, so 27 required. The proposed use is actually only 22, so we go down by 5 spaces. How does that happen? Well, that the generation of the 6 or 7 spaces out in the front is counted by only 6 seats divided by 4 is just a small fraction of that. So there's where the arithmetic actually goes down. But again, you've got plenty of off-site spaces. This is a nice little hub of the town. People like to come in and go out to eat here, so we've been successful and would like to expand just a little bit. So the old tea room out in the front, we're going to now have 6 or 7 seats in. We've gone through the plan. Recently, the Board of Health very carefully studied the facts of the matter. We found that the septic system was actually designed with a 1,000 gallon per day design flow, which is a full-on restaurant size, and the leaching field was installed at full size, and the tankage and the grease trap are all completely adequate for the proposed use. And the Board of Health and the Health Director all looked at that, and that was their determination. I was there at that meeting, and we talked about it through and through. And so at Charlene's request, we did amend the plan a little bit, and we put as note 5, the existing septic system to remain, the design flow for the apartment and the 39 restaurant seats was approved by the Health Department at the public hearing. So that was all approved up. We've got new egress that's going to come out of the center, because before there was a separate use in the front, so we weren't able to come out the front. So now not only have we got the main access on the east, which is a nice open handicap accessible, we'll have another route out of the building straight through the front porch, which is only a quick step down, and we're also going to introduce a handicap ramp. It's close to the side setback, but the good news is that there's a state rule on handicap ramps. They can be within yard setbacks as of right. So that's the proposal. There's a neighbor, unfortunately, that is a competitor and has raised a bunch of what we feel are minor issues. I know the very late addition of a letter to your file, but I would just say this, that the health director addressed many of these same points and rebutted them all. Most all the ones in her domain, with the exception that we'll be putting some mats for a floor surface in the bar in the back, and underneath the storage dumpsters, we're going to be putting an impervious surface under that too. So those 2 things we'll certainly do. But other than that, her health department director was all set with the plan. And if you want to go through point by point on the 14-page letter, would be glad to do it. But I'm a professional engineer, and I carefully study the plans and the approval, and I'm completely comfortable with the septic system. And again, the health director has addressed a lot of little things, like the sink is actually, it does exist. There's no absolute requirement for it to be behind the bar, as the abutter insisted. and has gone through that. And then the one thing I would say is the access is adequate right now, physically on the ground in the field. We, in talking with the client, we feel that we would have the right to maintain that. But it's a civil matter, and if the abutter insists on narrowing the common area to be less than would be required for our fire department egress, then would simply ramp up and then back down on that emergency exit gate. So if you want to put a condition to the effect that the building department and the fire department will review all emergency accesses and approve it, and if required, an additional ramp will be constructed, that would be a fine condition. But that was the only thing I really saw of merit in there. There's a little, tit for tat. This is an inch here and a foot there. But again, it's 1788. These lot has been here for a long time. The use has actually now been there for quite some time. And yes, they're competitors, but we feel that there's enough room here for everybody. It's a nice villagey feel. The center, people like to come to and it's successful. And we feel that there's not been hardly any complaints. And we feel that we're a good addition to the community, and it would be a positive project for this board to approve. Again, I did go through, and we're requesting some waivers. The drainage, again, it's an ancient site, but we're blessed with very pervious soils. We've got pavers that have cracks in them, landscape beds that absorb a lot of water, and we've gone out and looked after every one of these big storms we've been having, and there's simply no problems with the drainage on the site. It functions very, very well. So again, parking that you usually focus a lot on in curb cuts is non-existent. It's all across the street, and it's handled nicely. Now we've got Uber that drops people off, and taxis and so forth. There's a lot of services where you don't maybe need as many car parking as you used to. It's a good use. The place won an award for the beautification. The landscaping is wonderful. It's a historic building which we're preserving absolutely, just a minor addition of a ramp on one side. We feel that we'll be an excellent member of the community and would be glad to answer any questions if you have them. But we look forward to the approval. And again, it's same use, just 6 more seats or so out front where there was a retail. So hopefully you can find it to approve, and with any reasonable conditions, we sure would appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. McCallum. Charlene?
Before I get to my staff report, a document did come in Friday in the morning, which was electronically forwarded to each of you. I was not here Friday or Monday. I was out on bereavement leave. I did review it this morning. I did see that the health director responded to most of those items that related to her. A number of the items relate to either the building code or the building commissioner or the fire code. I honestly didn't see anything in my very quick review of that document of anything that really pertains to this board. A second document was received later this afternoon, 13 pages. Did not have a chance to look at that, so I won't speak to that. But moving on to my staff report, Dan reviewed the waivers, which include the parking areas, details, including maneuvering areas because there is no parking on the site, waivers of the drainage, and also a waiver of dumpsters. There is a row of trash bins that are on the west side of the property. Those will need to be in compliance with Board of Health regulations, so that will be addressed. Speaking of health, on March 12th, 2019, the Board of Health voted to allow the expansion of the food service establishment into the currently vacant retail space and allow patron use of the to-be-installed public restroom. The following new conditions are imposed, and it's important to point out that any previous conditions relative to this also continue to follow under the Board of Health. 1, maximum seating allowed in the property is 39 seats. Use of a restroom is restricted to patrons and employees only, implemented by a locking mechanism. Previous conditions remain in place as follows. 1, takeout food only, no table service. 2, disposable products, only paper, plastic, single-use dishwasher, glassware, and utensils. 3, building to be occupied from May 20 through October 20 each year with mandatory water shut-off. This is noted on a letter to Mr. and Mrs. Powell from the Health Director dated March 21st, 2019. Fire and police had no concerns, and building department said building permits will be required. Relative to my comments, the proposed seating shows 33 outside seats and 6 interior seats. The outdoor seating has been rearranged to now include the porch area. B, based on the proposed use, the required number of parking spaces actually has reduced from 27 to 22 spaces. That's because retail use actually requires more spaces per square footage than 1 space per 4 seats. There is a minor change in lot coverage as a result of the proposed handicap ramp on the northwest corner of the lot. As mentioned, handicap ramps are exempt from setbacks and other things because they are necessary to provide for access. They do need to comply with all requirements under ADA and in Massachusetts, the Architectural Access Board requirements. D, in addition to the Board of Health approving this, the Board of Selectmen did issue approval for an application for alteration of premises to liquor license for Perks on April 30th, 2019. The Board of Health decision dated March 21, 2019, and its conditions should be made a condition of approval. F, the Planning Board last approved a waiver of site plan for exterior expansion of the fast food takeout restaurant pursuant to Planning Board file PB 2018-11.
Okay. That's it from
That's
planner?
all I have for now.
Okay. Any comments from the planning board? Joe?
Can I ask you, the last time we dealt with this, we received a complaint from the folks who live, best way I can describe it, behind, you know, where you got a fence across the back of the property and there's a bar there, and then apparently there's a property just behind that.
So directly to the south, you think?
Yes.
Sure. Yeah, I'm not sure it was a question whether they have opposed us again, or what was the, I don't know if...
They were complaining about noise and those kinds of problems, you know, and of course they're right in your backyard.
Yeah, you know, it's, you kind of, these are the cards you dealt when you live, you know, on Main Street, and, you know, they have entertainment next door, the same as we have at our place. I'm not sure how you differentiate one from the other, but...
I have another question. As you face your property from Route 28, to the left of it is a white, what was a guest house. I don't know if it is in existence anymore. Is there some litigation with those folks?
No. No, I'm Attorney Matthew Fitzsimmons of West Yarmouth, and represent the Powell family and Perks Cafe. There is no litigation with the folks next door, with the old guest house. To the extent of its use, Taylor Powell, Taylor, if you have any comments as far as activity, you know, in this past season, do they do some renting?
They're not open to the public. They got condemned. So the only main house successful, that's where they live, I believe.
They've got some motel units out in the rear. The guest house part of it is no longer, it's only being used as a single-family dwelling in the front.
And I'll touch on the entertainment component too. We've had, in working with other town departments in the course of last season, we actually worked out well some of the directional elements of speakers and the like that really has...
One of the objections was that he was only supposed to have a single entertainer, and I got a picture in my email or my fax machine or something today showing 4 or 5 people playing in a band on your premises.
Yeah, they do have, occasionally, they have an open music night where they lift the restrictions, and it could have been taken on one of those nights, but we'll certainly work with the town and carefully limit it to whatever is appropriate.
Well, they're going to have a single entertainer, or they're going to have...
I believe on the night when it's allowed, they would have probably more than one.
Report on Wednesdays.
But other than that, if that's the limitation, that's what we'll honor, for sure.
Anything else? Any other comments? Craig?
Question. And I don't know if this is the right terminology, but number of standees allowed in the restaurant bar area, the outside part, is that a number that's derived off the number of seats in the restaurant? So, no, how is that determined?
It's derived from fire code and in the building department's fire department's limitation as far as count. And Dan, anything else that you have?
No, but that's how they would do it. The fire department didn't express any concerns. It's a small area, so you're not going to get that many people in there, but there'd be like a 1 person per 5 square foot assembly area where if they saw any more than that, it would be a sincere concern. But the tables and chairs tend to spread people out. And it's again, it's a busy little hub, and it's nice to have businesses that are successful, but we don't feel that it's being overcrowded.
So we'll let the fire department speak to this issue, okay?
For sure.
Just quickly, occupancy is determined by building code. It's the building inspector's jurisdiction.
Right.
Based on square footage, and when and if this gets approved, it'll go before building and it'll go before fire. So there's no review up until that point by either department.
Right.
So, but Dave, if I understood what you said, it's determined by, the occupancy is determined by the building department, based on the square.
Based on use, the square footage.
And square footage. So,
I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but so many square feet per person. If there's seating, it's one amount of square footage. If it's standing, it's a different square footage.
Right. And I'm just trying to understand how the numbers come to be, and then whether this has an impact on that. And it sounds like based on square footage there is, because the front portion is currently not used by the restaurant. It's the retail shop, and you're going to be taking it over.
Yeah,
So
tables and chairs.
Could impact the number, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Theoretically.
Yeah, but again, technically, I think by the parking calculation, the population would actually go down a little bit. But, as a practical matter, probably would go up a little bit. But the good news on this one is you can see all the parking that's available, and, it's a...
Yeah, I wasn't questioning the parking.
Yeah,
I'm questioning, I've been there in the summer, and it does,
Gets crowded.
positively, for you, from a business perspective, it does get very crowded. And I've been in there on evenings around the fire pit, and I've seen women with strollers and children, and 5- and 6-year-old kids running around the fire pit, and just appeared to me that maybe it was a little bit dangerous.
Yeah, it's a gas fire pit, so that, there's no embers that would come up, but we'll certainly put a screen on it. That was one of the things that was brought up, and, hopefully the parents are good parents, and hot, don't touch, they learn quickly.
That's something that the fire department would take into account.
Actually, I believe that they are in our jurisdiction,
Fire pits? Oh. Okay. And my last question.
Sure.
You're not blocking off the current paver walkway from Route 28, from the sidewalk on Route 28 back outside. That will exist. In other words, you don't need to come through the front of the building to get to the back. You can, but you don't need to.
Precisely. It'll be just one more means of egress in and out.
Got it.
That'll be available, not blocking off either. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any more questions from the planning board? Good? So before we begin, I'm going to ask everybody to please respect the opinions of one another. We're all citizens of Harwich. If I, as the chairman, think you're not respecting, I'm going to ask you politely to leave. Okay? And I want to make it perfectly clear, I'm running the meeting. Okay? And I'm from Harwich. Okay? So we're going to be civil, and we're going to make our points, and we're going to limit ourselves to 3 minutes, and I'll time it. Okay? I don't want this to be a bar fight in a very small room. Okay? Or will... So am I clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. So who would like to speak first?
I'll speak. I'm here in support of this article, this proposal.
Can we have your name, sir?
Walter Mason, Miles Street, Harwich Port. Moved it to Harwich Port from the center of town about 6 years ago. One of the reasons why I did was because I could see the resurgence in town, and I wanted to be able to walk to places and so forth. I think restaurants, more than any other business, generate people coming into town,
And I think the more diverse type you have, the better for everything, better for everybody. I think it's a good proposal what he's doing. What I think is, currently it's a retail space. We currently have many vacant retail spaces in town. It'd be good to see, it's very hard to put a restaurant in anywhere these days, with the cost and what you have to go through. And being able to expand an existing restaurant to bring more people to town, I think would be a great thing. I think that's really about it. I think I'm in support of it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Could I rebut? No, just teasing.
It's 10 after 10 almost, and I would prefer.
I'll be a man of few words.
Sir.
Yeah, I just have a quick, I'm Sean Burke, Rough Rider from '89. Been in Atlanta, and fortunate, a couple years ago, bought a summer house right across from my elementary school. I just want to compliment you guys. The town of Harwich is doing better than I have seen in ages, and I think, you know, the work that you're doing is incredible. What I think we have here is a situation where we have two dynamic businesses that can really benefit each other. Quite honestly, I have friends coming all over the place, and they used to, you know, go to the Squire in different places, but now that you have done the music and all that, people love to come and have multiple choices. I don't think it's taking away from anything, and what I would love to see is not anybody's time taken till past 10 anymore. Everybody work together in hopes of making Harwich better, and you know, I really feel it can be done by code and what everybody needs, and I really think it can be done without the need to be in here every month. You know, so that's what my hope is. Hopefully we can all work together and bring the best to Harwich, and that's really what I have to say.
Thank you for your positive comment.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I'm sure we all do.
Yeah.
Okay. Next.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
My name is Ray Tomlinson. I'm an attorney from West Barnstable. My wife and her family are from Harwich. I represent the port. Obviously, we are not necessarily opposed to the project, but have significant reservations, as we've outlined in the correspondence that I have issued earlier today. I know maybe you haven't had a chance to read that, but I would encourage you to do so, because as a practical matter, it appears that the Zoning Board of Appeals is the permit granting authority with respect to the variance that is being requested here today. Because it appears that there is a substantial change of use from a retail use to a restaurant use, which lies within the exclusive purview, as I read the zoning law, rests exclusively with the Zoning Board of Appeals. As a result, I think it's prudent for this board to take a precautionary measure to consult with town council to make sure that it has the jurisdiction to be able to proceed to hear this. Otherwise, its opinion may be rendered.
Would you repeat that again? You're trying to tell us what our purview is?
No, sir, I'm not.
What our jurisdiction is.
Our jurisdiction?
I'm not trying to challenge that. My reading of the zoning law is that the planning board has special site plan permit jurisdiction over certain uses. However, this use is a change of use from a retail space to a restaurant use, and therefore it's a pre-existing non-conforming to another non-conforming use. And so as a result, under 325, section 54, my interpretation of that is that the Zoning Board of Appeals has the jurisdiction to grant that variance. Effectively, Mr. Powell and Perks is seeking a variance to change the use that was not noticed in the public hearing. So there's a concern that the legal notice does not comply with General Laws Chapter 40A, Sections 11 and 15.
Okay.
So I would encourage the board to continue this discussion so that a notice can be properly issued, because some people could argue that, quite frankly, they weren't afforded notice of the protected variance, and that the Zoning Board of Appeals is the permit granting authority with respect to that requested variance. I'm not challenging this court's jurisdiction, I'm simply highlighting.
It's not a court, it's just a board.
I understand that, but before a court, as you can appreciate,
I can appreciate it, and I don't need to be told.
respectfully, I'm sharing
Respectfully,
a view. I'm not telling the planning board what to do.
Okay.
I'm simply suggesting
Proceed.
that prudence would prudence would dictate that allowing a decision to be made on that issue is to the benefit of both the applicant and any abutter, quite frankly.
You've got 9 seconds.
Respectfully, there's a lot to cover. I know you haven't had an opportunity to read that. To artificially limit my time, I think would be a miscarriage of justice.
You're making an assumption.
I'm making an assumption, but you've arbitrarily limited my time, and my clients...
I did not arbitrarily limit your time. I've done it for everybody all evening long.
Everyone is
You're not
entitled to 3
treated
minutes.
any differently.
Excuse me, I can't hear you, Chair.
Oh, sorry.
Respectfully, with respect to that, there are certain issues I'd like to draw your attention to the site plan that was submitted. In particular, the proposed handicap ramp, excuse me, the proposed handicap ramp and the existing waste facilities are inaccurate. As you notice by the site plan, they're actually located on my client's property. So while the health department would require an impervious surface to be placed under those trash receptacles, they are listed as 9 in number, but in truth they are using 14 barrels. And to relocate them from the existing location up by Route 28 to the rear of the property, as proposed on the site plan, places them actually on my client's property. Likewise, the outdoor bar that is located at the rear of the property is within the setback and is not permitted according to the building department that has been submitted for site plan review. However, I've not seen that. It's been since the application was issued last year. There are other issues with respect to the site plan, namely the parking calculations. Perks employs upwards of 15 people, and it's represented here that
This
they
isn't
employ
fact,
4.
and you're past 3 minutes.
Wait,
It's not
yeah,
fact.
I thought we had a 3-minute
Hey,
rule.
hey!
These are.
We had a 3-minute.
Hey.
Excuse me,
Bang the gavel.
right?
It's his meeting.
Okay, sorry.
You know what? If there's another outburst, you can leave,
Okay.
okay? I said 3 minutes, right?
You've indulged me, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, because you can sit down. I've heard quite enough. Hold on, hold on.
Through the chair.
Sit, please. You know, I've been the chairman of this committee for a year. And I can tell you that never, ever have I had to raise my voice in a meeting. Ever. I don't like to do business this way. And I'm not going to do business this way. And we're going to treat each other with respect. You know, the port and Perks, in my opinion, and I think, you know, we're talking about some minor differences. I think it behooves everybody here to try to get along and do it the right way. This town of 12,000 grows to, and this is the second time this evening I've said this, about 40,000 during the summer, right? We've got tourism and we've got agriculture and fishing. That's our industry here, okay? I'd like to look for ways to make this happen, and there's plenty of business for the port, and there's also plenty of business for Perks. We're talking about, what? We're going from 30 to 39 seats?
33 to 39.
33, 6 seats. 6. It's not that big a difference, right?
The issue about the 33 to 39 seats is based upon a misconception about what is actually permitted for the variance on the septic system.
What variance? What are you talking about?
This is an issue that I've explained in great detail in my correspondence. I realize you haven't had an opportunity to read it. I would encourage you to do so.
Don't assume, my friend.
I haven't. I simply said it's my understanding that Ms. Charlene indicated that people didn't have an opportunity to read it. I'm not assuming anything. I realize that I delivered it at 2:30 this afternoon. If you haven't had an opportunity to read it, I simply would encourage you to do so. I'm not making any assumption. I have not in any way raised my voice or caused you to raise your voice. And I appreciate the respect that you've shown me here. I likewise am trying to do the same.
Thank you.
Okay?
Yep.
In so doing, I simply would draw to the board's attention the fact that this septic system for this property is permitted for a design flow of 482 gallons per day.
It's not true.
It's not.
And that is a misconception that the health director himself tried to explain to the Board of Health, what was lost in the Board of Health. And if you review, excuse me, I have reviewed the septic plan. The septic plan from 2007 indicates that the design flow is 482 gallons per day. It may have a 1,000 gallon chamber and a grease trap, but the design flow is 482 gallons per day.
It's not true.
Thank you.
If I could
Mr.
reply?
Chairman, we do
Sure.
have a letter from the health director as a result of a meeting with the Board of Health, and I've read you the highlights of that,
Yes.
stating that it is a maximum seating allowed of 39 spaces,
That's what I thought.
and the restroom and everything else. So I'm not exactly sure what Attorney Tomlinson is referring to. With regard to a use variance, I honestly don't know what he is talking about. A retail use in that location is an allowable use by right in that zoning
Exactly.
district.
That's right. That's right.
A restaurant use is an allowable use in that area with or by right. Fast food takeout requires a special permit. It has a special permit for that component of that. It all falls under what the Board of Health calls things, and that's what we have to go by. So I'm not sure what the use variance is. I honestly, and I did not have a chance to read the 13 pages he submitted. But I've been doing this a very long time myself. I'm not an attorney, but I'm kind of at a loss as to what, why this is a use variance and why it needs ZBA approval. So I'm stymied on this one.
That's true. I could probably shed a little light.
We've got people from the audience speaking. so
Sure, but
that-
if you want to
we'll
correct
get-
it,
We'll get back.
whenever you'd like.
Ma'am?
It's very clear.
Yes, sir. My name is Carol Novak. I am the trustee on 545 Main Street Realty Trust, owner of the building.
Yep.
I was before this planning board on July 26, 2012. And the purpose of that meeting was for permission for perks, outside seating, and all improvements to that area. It was voted unanimously by this board
Yep.
after very careful review. Nothing has changed from 2012
To now.
today, except the front part of the building had been a retail clothing store.
Yep.
And prior to perks going in, the rear of the building was used as a garden berry cafe by the prior owner.
Correct.
And a tea room, and prior to that, a mystery book dinner
Yep.
here.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sir?
Yeah, thanks, thank you. Taylor Powell, owner, operator of Perks, that's my mom.
Yeah.
We work very hard in the summer, and it's kind of this tough business to run, a restaurant business, let alone when people try to finish you and bury you. It's very unfortunate that this is going on here, and I apologize for it. We don't ask for it. We try to be the best neighbors we can, and we've done a lot for the town. We've got Board of Selectmen approval. We've got Board of Health approval that this meets State Code Title V to have a compliant system. You're being fed lies because that's a lie. It's false. There's been over 55 pages to try to bury our business. We're a small business. We don't ask for this. This is brought upon us. I want it to stop. I asked at the last public hearing for this to stop. This continues. I think that this is unfair. I think that this shouldn't happen anywhere, and I wouldn't wish it on my worst enemy, and I wouldn't wish it on them. I really wouldn't. I've tried to get along. I just want to operate my business and contribute to the town and create jobs. That's what I want to do. Okay? So I think being the fact that the people behind us are against us, it's kind of hard to say because they converted their Oyster Bar now was once an art gallery. So they went through the same process we're doing. Red's Pizza did it right here. They had a retail space. They converted it to part of their bar. It's been done. The Hot Stove Saloon, they took over a retail space. We're going through all the motions, all the right things. We're through the Board of Health. We got approval. We got Board of Selectmen approval. It's now under the state, and here we are. And I appreciate your time. Hopefully you can find your hearts to look at. We have a good presentation. I think everything fits where it should, and we'd like to continue.
Thank you very much. Sir, you've been very patient.
My name is Robert Brackett.
Yep.
Been in the business in Harwich and restaurant business for a lot of years.
Yep.
I look at this whole situation and I find it kind of difficult. The attorney back here has presented a 12, 13-page report that I was able to read this afternoon.
I read it too.
Some very interesting and controversial points, whether you take one side or the other. I find it, what I feel should be done here is an opportunity for everybody on the board to read the report.
Yep.
And maybe come back and discuss it at another time.
Kind of take the heat out of this a little bit, maybe?
What's that?
Take the heat out of this discussion a little bit?
And
I agree.
So everybody's talking on the same thing, but I think a postponement and come back at another time with.
Continuance, maybe.
Yeah, and maybe these people here have a chance to look at it, and so they can answer the questions as well.
Mr. Brackett,
Yes,
are you a license holder in this town?
yes.
How many?
I'm the owners of the 400 East up in East Harwich.
Yeah. You don't own
I
the
own
pro-
400 East in East Harwich.
400 East.
Yes. I'm one of the owners, not the sole.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sir?
Yeah, I want to say one thing. I'm
And you are again? I'm sorry.
Sean Burke,
Sean Burke.
89 Rough Rider.
Thank you.
Go Rough Riders. I don't think we're not Rough Riders anymore, but anyway.
Sharks.
Yeah, Sharks. Go Sharks. But one of the problems here is Taylor runs a business down in Florida. So every time these come up and we postpone, it's convenient for others to be here, but not for others. We know that everybody at the last minute got a 13-page document. We think that should have been shared prior for everybody's time's sake, rather than trying to shuffle it in at the last hour. It's not considerate for anybody. So what we're trying to do, hopefully, go through the 13-page document. We can go through it right now. And our hope is to move forward and really do what we know we can do without having to keep push it back and back.
Thank you for your input.
I could probably, Dan Ojala, I'm a licensed professional engineer and surveyor. I have looked at the Moran engineering plan. Guys, it's so simple. There's a line on here that says, use 1,000-gallon min for restaurant design flow. That's what it is. It's 1,000 gallons. The attorney has muddied the water by reciting all the other numbers on this, but that's all trumped by the fact use 1,000 gallons. You need 3,000 gallons worth of tanks for that. There's 3,000 gallons worth of tanks for that. There's a grease trap. There's a full 1,000-gallon leach field. You got all the variances needed to put in a full 1,000-gallon per day restaurant. So for him to take the first 6 or 7 pages of this and go on and on about the wrong design flow, obviously this is an attempt by him to delay and push everything back and stall. Nobody does it the night of the meeting, brings in 13 pages. I can't believe that was in good faith. And then it's obvious attempt to, run us out of money and have Mr. Taylor have to fly back up from Florida for yet another meeting. We've been trying to permit this since the fall. The Board of Health was delayed. They were short a quorum. There was a snowstorm. We finally got through that. The selectmen, all these processes, and then to just drop this thing on us, which, believe me, the half of it I just disbanded because it's all just gibberish about 482 when it's 1,000. And then the other thing is the only legitimate items that I would say as a professional would be if they're going to crimp us down on that west exit and be unreasonable and move the fence in, then yes, we'd have to add a ramp to it. And other than that, we're going to put the hardened surface under the dumpsters and the bar. And if they want to be nudges, we'll move the bar 6 inches off their lot line. But, I mean, that's not very neighborly of them. They put the fence up. We're just simply using the land the way it's always been used for over 20 years. And we feel it's very unfair for them to drop this bomb on the board and us the night of the hearing. when it's been, for all this time, publicly advertised. The hour is late, you guys have a big agenda. You don't really need to go over this. We're talking about 6 seats, and it's a competitor just trying to get an edge, and it's unfair, in my professional opinion. I think that's, I went through this line by line. It was very carefully written to find any little nitpicky. They're looking at direct vents from the gas and calling it a septic pipe and complaining about things that they don't know about. It's very, you know, he spent a lot of time on this and a lot of his clients' money, but at the end of the day, there's only a few valid points which I've addressed, and I really feel the board could move. This is making a mountain out of a molehill. It's very unfair. The burn rate in this room, we've had attorneys and engineers sitting here all night, and then to go through this whole thing again just because he's going to be sneaky and drop this on you the night of the hearing, very unfair. I think your health director did a wonderful job. She addressed almost every one of these points in an email. Her summary was, fine, we'll put an impervious surface under the dumpster and under the bar. Everything else, the sink, the vents, everything you brought up is all fine. There's no issues. And, you know, it's a tactic. I've seen it before, and I don't appreciate it.
Attorney Matt Fitzsimmons, I'm sorry, Chair, I noticed a signal there out of the corner of my eye over my glasses. But I'd like to add that it is a pattern, unfortunately, by Attorney Tomlinson, where before the Board of Selectmen, about an hour and a half before the hearing on April 29, we received a 10-page objection to the relief we were seeking, again, 33 to 39 seats. The Board of Selectmen saw through it and took action the same evening. And I will add that the content of this letter is quite similar to the content of the letter that came before the board this evening. So the idea that there wasn't enough time to present it between the 29th and now to the board, I think is really unfortunate, because there certainly was ample opportunity, if they truly wish to have more weight to what they presented, that the time was wasted the last 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sir?
Respectfully, Mr. Chair, I do not envy your position.
I'm fine with it.
I have had both the.
It's not my first rodeo.
I have had the benefit and the luxury of serving as chairman of planning commission in over 10 municipalities. I bring that experience to bear in my law practice. I take offense to the characterization that this is a smear campaign. It is not. There is no price to put on public safety. The issues that I have tried to raise are in furtherance of that. There are questions that the health director raised with respect to the sector, and I realize that she takes her direction from the Board of Health in their ruling. There is a question whether or not the approval by the Board of Health is lawful or deals with a variance of a use that, again, should have been reserved to the ZBA. But putting that aside, as you yourself noted, certainly there's an opportunity here to digest the material before the board, to be able to accurately and fully answer questions that are raised by the abutter. This was not something that I have put multiple hours into this over the weekend. If I could have delivered it any sooner, I would have done so. I was not engaged timely before the Board of Selectmen meeting. That information is not before this board, as Mr. Powell likes to claim at each hearing we go to, that information is not before the board. I am simply asking the board to take due consideration of the concerns that the board has raised. There are numerous public safety concerns that this board should likewise be concerned about and take into consideration in addressing those to reasonable conditions. My view, my personal view, based upon my experience, is that certain of these conditions will not mitigate the safe use of the assembly use of the property. There is a concern that, given the number of people that are available, that there is information on the site plan that is lacking. Before the Board of Selectmen, the alteration of the premises included an interior music stage. That is not depicted on the site plan. There's an additional bathroom on the site plan that was not discussed. There's information that appears to me to be incomplete or inaccurate on the site plan. The town planner recognized and indicated the deficiencies with the site plan, and there has been a formal request for waivers. However, there's been no description as to how those waivers are served the public good. We're dealing with public safety concerns. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Just one more thing, that none of this is credible, it's competition, it shouldn't even be listened to.
Well,
I mean, it
the
really
First
is. Someone-
Amendment guarantees everybody's right to speak.
I understand that, I do, and I respect that.
Yeah.
You know, I respect all the rights we have, but, you know,
One last one. I just think we all know what's going on. We're here at 10:30 at night on multiple times, doing things that are counterproductive for all of us. So we're willing to comply and work on everything. We don't want to waste anybody's more time, and we just would want to help the town of Harwich. That's it.
Because my name was brought up saying I was not satisfied, I do believe I read to you my comments. I
Yeah.
did do a pre-review of the application, as I do with just about every application if I have the opportunity. Did send to Dan Ojala and to Taylor Powell a quite detailed list of items that were missing from this plan, and they did provide a plan that at this point I feel meets the necessary requirements for a site plan review by this board. The waivers, all they have to do is give their reason for them, not safety-related reasons. And it's up to the board to decide if the reasons provided are adequate. And that is a subjective thing that the board needs to make.
Joe?
If I understand correctly, and I got a bunch of stuff in my computer today too, there's some pictures with comments and so forth and so on. We're talking about 6 seats.
That's it.
I don't think that's, I mean, for Christ's sake.
Yeah.
I would concur, and the attorney is well-spoken, and he's being paid to object, but, you know, it's a
Careful now,
1,000-gallon...
the lawyer's got to get paid too, you know.
Yeah, it's a 1,000-gallon per day design flow. It's only 6 more seats. Taylor is a very good businessman. It's seasonal. We really would appreciate the board acting tonight. And as a professional engineer and looking at this, I've addressed already the few minor things that I think he does have valid points on. It's a civil matter. If he wants to move the fence and be a hard guy about that, we'll see. But, you know, there's an easy solution, which is a double ramp if they prevail in that matter. And that's the only public safety thing. Those 3 little items of the hard pan under the bar, the dumpsters, and a double ramp if they prevail on that width. So I think the board could easily act. We sure would appreciate they would. And obviously, if there's any complaints, there's a whole process for that, and it'll be fully vetted. But it is a minor matter, and it's hours late, and to drag everybody out for another meeting when I think your health director has addressed all the pertinent ones, and I think I've addressed the others. Hopefully, we could see to approving.
Move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Do I hear, could we have the vote, please? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Who
It's
seconded?
unanimous.
Mary?
Mary.
Mary.
Me or Craig, I don't care.
Okay. So this discussion is closed. If we're ready to...
Proceed? No.
Yes.
Approve the following waivers pursuant to paragraph 400 as requested based on the facts presented by the applicant. 1, parking areas and parking details, including maneuvering areas, driveways, curb cuts, existing driveways within 100 feet of the site, stopping site distance from all vertical curves and intersections and traffic circulation areas, topography requirement. 2, drainage calculations, drainage area map, and drainage details, including surface drainage, subsurface drainage, drainage facilities, and drainage plans showing method for disposing of runoff from impervious surfaces. 3, dumpster.
Second?
Second?
I hear a second. All in favor?
Mr. Chairman,
Sir.
I have a question.
Yep.
I personally know some of the abutters that are against this project.
Mhm.
I had worked for them maybe 20 years ago.
Yep.
Can I still vote?
Oh, 20 years ago, I would say, yeah.
Sure. Oh, yeah. That's
You're not going to gain
but-
financially from
Yeah.
anything.
But that
But-
should be your call. if you
That's
vote.
Yeah, it is your
Yeah,
call.
That's your call, Bill.
You-
If you'd like to recuse yourself. You will? Okay. So,
Actually, at this point, you need to abstain. You would have had to recuse
Yep.
yourself from the,
you've been
sitting at
in
the
on
table.
this, so you'll have to abstain.
Okay. So that was 501.
Yeah.
Bill.
Okay.
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 Vote to adopt proposed findings. To adopt the following findings of fact. 1, the property is located within the CVVC overlay zoning district. 2, no change to the restaurant fast food special permit. 3, the proposed restaurant the proposed restaurant use requires less parking than the existing retail space. 4, the waivers requested do not substantially derogate from the purpose and intent of the bylaw. 5, there will be minimal changes to building coverage and site coverage. 6, there will be limited impact on other existing uses of the site. 7, the lighting and signage shall comply with the lighting and sign codes. 8, parking exists at the municipal lot across the street as there is no on-site parking. 9, the site is appropriate for the use.
Okay? Second that. So we'll proceed to the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any? One abstention, 501. Joe?
To approve with conditions case number PB 2019-16, Taylor Powell as applicant, 545 Main Street Realty Trust as owner, a site plan review special permit with waivers to change the retail use to a restaurant use with 39 seats. The property is located at 545 Route 28, map 14, parcel U8, in the CV zoning district. The application is pursuant to the code of the town of Harwich, 325-51 and 55. The decision is based on the aforementioned findings of fact and the fact that the application meets the necessary requirements and criteria for approval pursuant to the code of the town of Harwich and the following conditions. 1, excuse me, all Board of Health requirements and conditions as noted in the March 21st, 2019 letter from Health Director Megan Eldridge shall be complied with and imposed. 2, any changes to the site or changes of use to a more intense use shall require additional review and approvals from the Planning Board. 3, this decision shall be recorded at the Barnstable Registry of Deeds. And 4, conformance with all review procedures requirements outlined pursuant to 400-18G, inspection certificate of completion, and an as-built plan of the code of the town of Harwich shall be met.
Seconded. We'll proceed to a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstain? 501. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your careful consideration. We
Yes.
appreciate it very, very much.
Thank you very much.
The last thing you have are the historic and ZBA.
I was on the fence. I really was.
We're not done. If you want to,
Okay, we've got to continue on to the next next
Thank
issue.
you, everyone. Have a great night.
Thank you.
I appreciate all your work. Thank you so much.
Good luck with everything.
Any new business?
what about the advisory opinions?
Advisory opinions, let's go to that.
Which I can't find mine, so I can't.
I have them in front of me.
We've got them. So the
Historic
advisory.
meets tomorrow.
Yeah. So, Town of Harwich Historic District and Historical Commission, legal notice,
You don't need to read them all.
we're good. Notice of HH 2019-11, notice of intent,
I don't have it in front of me, so I
So it's-
can't.
5 Brooks Road.
Is it easier just to say, does anybody have any comments
Yeah,
on
there
any of
you
Yeah,
them?
why don't we do that? Good suggestion.
Good.
Here you go, take a look.
I can tell you which they are. It's 5 Brooks Road. It's 194 Pleasant Bay Road. Those are both notices of intent, which are demolition, requests for demolition permits. There's a certificate, 194 Pleasant Bay Road. There's also a certificate of appropriateness, which is 265 Sisson Road, which is the Harwich Junior Theater, identified as Harwich Junior Theater. And then,
Oh, is that for the sign?
yes.
That's an ugly
A
sign.
wooden ground-mounted sign on the property. And then.
And I know we're being recorded, but it is an ugly sign.
And then notice of intent for 198 Main Street. which is again, is 100% demolition of the barn.
Yep.
This is your committee.
Yes.
Yep.
We meet tomorrow.
I thought it was...
So no comments on historic?
Any?
I have no
comments.
Nobody? Okay.
And what about ZBA? I didn't see anything when I looked at it that popped out at me.
ZBA, we've got 4 cases, all pretty much cut and dry.
Can I take a
Yeah,
peek?
nothing-
Yeah, let Joe take a
Quick look.
gander, our counselor. We do.
With Deerfield, I would save your packet
Yep.
on the Deerfield Road one.
Yep.
The 18th.
So, what do we think?
A couple of my clients are in there, but I have nothing to do with it.
Vote to accept and place on file both the HDHC and the.
Can we
and
just
the-
say no comments, no votes?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Second.
No comments, no votes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfect.
You want that?
No. Next, so we've got old business briefings. Anything?
Just the zoning article passed. for
Yippee!
the accessory apartment.
Yep.
Good.
And all of them passed.
All of
4.
them.
Good, good.
Yeah.
So there is one thing that I have to say. I submitted my letter of resignation, and I am, my wife and I are leaving the town of Harwich, so I can no longer serve. My,
Left yet.
I will,
That's a flimsy excuse.
it will be effective at the end of June. So I did that so that we can all work together and find a nice, smooth transition. And I've learned this because that's the way it was done by my predecessor, Larry Brophy, and I have great respect for Larry, and he did a masterful job doing that transition, and I'm sure we can do. Yeah, Larry. And I'm sure we could do the same.
I thought you knew him.
I did what I could to try to beat on him to come back on the board, but I can't get to
I
him.
Don't
tried
forget you're
to.
being recorded.
Yeah, no, so anyway, so that is a transition that will take place. I am very grateful for the opportunity to serve, and I appreciate everybody here on this board. Thank you all very, very much.
May I say that I am disappointed, but I wish you
Wish you well.
well.
Right,
Thank you.
right.
Thank you.
We gonna go on the board in Virginia or wherever it is you're gonna live?
Georgia.
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 Maybe it's best that you're resigning if you're going to keep the meetings going this late.
This
has
There
gotta
might
be
be
a
an
record.
impeachment.
So anyway,
I was 5 minutes late, it's my fault.
well, you know what? My hat is off to you for coming and for staying, right? And I know you're not feeling that hot, so
It's,
thank you so
I'm all
much,
drugged up.
David. Well, you're from that generation, right? So anyway, do I hear a motion to,
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you all very, very much.
Thank you.